Okay, so boost is way too high. All right. Oh, yeah. Alrighty, so what I meant by boost was my boost gain on my hearing aids microphone because I'm using Bluetooth. So they run with Bluetooth, so there's that. But anyways, all right. So boost will have to be a decent amount. Usually want to run for methane injectors around 65 psi is what I was thinking about for like the diesel. I just like talking about it because it's like, well, this is given mass, this is given constant, but then it's like this is the delta V from it's a four-stroke, just FYI, is what that really was for me. Other people were not so inclined to make a four-stroke; they were thinking about two-stroke scavenge, which is not technically a scavenge. It's really just blowing more air out as it exhausts, because it only has an exhaust for what it's worth, which is the right call for me. Because it's like, well, then I only have air injectors and fuel, and I only need a little bit of fuel at the very end, and then I can then just pump more air. There's like compression and everything. Doesn't really make much sense to do that for compression. Hey, no, stay in there, stay in there. I got you. I got you. Take it up to the park. Nope, take it. Damn it, dog. And he ripped it off. He ripped. That means I can't take him anywhere today. Come here, Phaser. Come on. Come here. So, talking physics today. Anyways, if it's a four-stroke as a diesel, ultimately goes in and has no air in as it's sucking in. I then have the heat ultimately vaporize it, helps cool it, but really the main thing is the fact that diesel will decompose and start to effectively create a bunch of much faster burning fuels with its heat inside of an expanding and then compressing chamber. Which then, once it does that, with the amount of heat it has, where did that damn dog go? It then likes to burn more completely, more cleanly. Oh, got somebody to trip and fall. Great. Sorry about that, Rachel. Okay. He ripped the trailer thing out. Thank you for grabbing him. Yeah. All right. Come on, Phaser. Come on. You wanted to go to the park, I'm sure. This game point. Jeez. But, so how do you know that? How does diesel do the heat up and turn into vapors? Meanwhile, my ass just knows a basic understanding. Like, gasoline turned to vapor. Because, like, diesel no do same. Not possible somehow? You know what I mean? No way it's possible. You damn bastard dog. Come on. Jesus Christ, you fucker. Okay. Give me a second. Freaking dog. Alright, I have to twist this like that. And then. Damn it, with this fucking. Trailer. Alright. And hook that there. And no, there we go. Snaps in. Alright, that'll work. Alright, so vapor, right? The vaporized hydrocarbon undergoes a phase transition while it's inputting more heat into it, and then it's going to get even more hot as it gets compressed. It then likes to decompose, like steam does. Any chemical will start to do that. As you start to expand it from a given volume, you fill it, and it's got density, then you compress it while it's hotter than it was before. Initially, it likes to break apart bonds. Now, since diesel is a bunch of hydrocarbons, it means it rapidly produces a bunch of hydrogen and carbon that's much more apt to burn much more cleanly. Now, here's the thing with the nitrogen, though, because I love talking about nitrogen. It's like, oh, nitrogen oxides, right? Nitrogen oxides, NOx, sucks ass. But you know what they do? They like to explosively decompose when they're really hot and under pressure, which when you inject air into a fast burning fuel, they'll tend to not be produced much at all. But when they are, then it'll be repressurized and then it will decompose rapidly, freeing up that given oxygen from nitrogen into the fuel to burn. Which means it actually comes out with less nitric oxides, less particulate matter, and is generally speaking more efficient, because the heat then actually makes it do that, and the operation of the vehicle makes it do this. Now, the gearing is a standard, like, well, I have 21, so it's like I can kind of get away with an 18-inch if I ovalize its stroke, but it's like off to the left and right. It's like underneath is where the transmission is. The exhaust is at the top, but then it goes off to the sides, right? So that way I don't really have to worry about it. It's just going to be a dual exhaust banger, drum beat. I call it a drum beat for a reason, because it's boom, 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 boom. Right, and it'll do that, but it's a 4-stroke. So as it absorbs the heat, and it's not going to go very high in RPM, just can't do it. It's a really high stroke. Like, it then needs to transfer its given stroke to a set of overdrive gears, which is effectively what it is for its crank. So this rotating here then has an in-between. So let's put it this way. Take a given rod as it moves, and it has to go outwards a little bit. Before it reaches its total bottom dead where it's at, it will have rotated another given circular-ish gear. All right, so think same thing for the crank. It's like this is another size diameter for this given stroke, right? And then it'll go to a larger diameter. Then it'll go to a larger diameter, which is overdrive. But because I have a ridiculous amount of torque for its given, cadence, RPM, because it's, this mass, which isn't going to change much, but now I can accelerate it for longer and achieve a higher amount of torque. So that means it's like, now I have an overdrive crank that goes directly to a set of overdrive gears, since it's so efficient at being able to transfer that, because that's what that is. And I was talking about is like 5 RPM for every stroke for that crank, which is fine, honestly. But it's like, if I do that with the transmission, because it's going to have to be slanted to be able to get it into a little motorcycle body, the rolling resistance is less because the mass is less. There's less of tires for you to contend with. Now, because of the stroke, as it does this, it actually alters a large amount because of the way I have to ovalize its given crank. Instead of a perfect circle, I have to ovalize it, which gives me a longer amount of duration of power stroke until it has to hook at the bottom back up. This is what I was saying in my video, right? Now, that means once I get to the overdrive gears, it's a lot more forgiving. For a very low stroke, I can maintain it and simply use the transmission like a CVT. So if I go to a literally 1 RPM like increase, then I'm able to get just a different gear ratio that allows for me to take off with really easy little inputs of power, right? I just have to maintain it, which then turns it into, this is a really forgiving bike that can still travel quite quick. Because of 100 foot-pounds of torque is nothing to sneeze at. You know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal. But you know what happens though, is like, oh, that was low brake mean effective pressure. Yeah, I have a low brake mean effective pressure. Which means if I want to go towards that mid-range to upper mid-range of brake mean effective pressures for motorcycles, I can go much harder. And it very quickly becomes, well, I'm going to start hitting somewhere near a thermal limit, and I can do 300 foot-pounds of torque, which makes no sense for most people, and it becomes dangerous. So it's like 100 foot-pounds of torque is fine, then it's just gearing, and then I don't have to worry, at all, about dying on the motorcycle. You know what I mean? Because it's like, no, tell me again about how much torque I need. It's like, no, that's fine, honestly. That part's not the big deal. It's more about the fact that if you select the wrong gear, you're kind of along for the ride. The moment you drop that clutch, like, because it doesn't really matter so much about the RPM. Because the way it's burnt, the fuel, it's not about RPM, it's more about gear here at this point, which is the dangerous part. Okay, so it's like if you're in gear, you don't really have a lot that's going to resist you from continuing. Which means, like, yeah, you'll take off slowly, but you're going to take off no matter what. Oh, shit. Yeah, I can't slow this down. Sorry. Brake! Which is the real kind of dangerous thing. But then it's very forgiving, which means you're not going to launch yourself into, space by having a bucking Bronco style of, engine, which is good. But you can still do burnouts, which is nice. It's like a literal CVT style engine. It's like, I don't really need to do higher and higher amounts of RPM. In fact, I can technically, just like anyone else knows about diesel, just run a different fuel amount and a different amount of air and pre-charge at top dead and after with more pressures at a higher RPM with a different gearing, which I talked about. It's a supercharger that has gearing. That's right, it's not one statically fixed gear, it changes as a CVT. There's a transmission for the supercharger, as it's more consistent, as I need to maintain a given amount of pressure for boost, which is a good thing to do, because it makes it more efficient. A lot less parasitic loss, which is great. Now I'm able to, stick this slanted little parallel long into my engine cradle area for my motorcycle. And then it's like, well, the transmission, then it's just a belt off from one side to the rear wheel, which is fine. All of that works with the standard off-the-shelf parts. It's just, well, not the gearing, though. Not really, no. I'd have to get a bunch of overdrive gears that are different sizes, which is actually kind of scary in a lot of ways, for what it's worth. It's like, no, it would never work. It would never work. And actually, all of that works, yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, it's not done, but I'm like, are you sure? You have water methanol injection after your top dead center burn. You'll run lean. You'll then burn water and methanol. to like get yourself more torque. So it's like, you have done this before. What's the problem? I don't see what the issue is. If you're an older individual, you should know all about this. Ow. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah. Like, get me more amounts of way too high temperature is what it is. It's really about the fact that the heat gets turned into breaking apart nitric dioxide or oxides, and then breaking apart the fuel into turning it into more combustible, more easily, that is, fuel. And so you can run better types of air-fuel ratios and burn them as they go out the exhaust a little bit, or completely burn them before they even go to the exhaust point. So, better air-fuel ratio, but usually use, fuel to cool off your engine. We're already doing that. We actually kind of want that for the 4-stroke process, which is a big deal. Going up another hill, all the low gears. Torque, leverage, lots of leverage. Yes. Okay, we're up here now. All right. Whew. There's a lot of goddamn work. Good old getting the exercise in, I guess. Dog needs it anyways. Yeah, there's a park here. There's a hill with a grave at the top of the hill. So I'm at the grave. So that's a thing. Yeah. You didn't know, that's the thing I'm doing currently. Yeah, no, I'm just over here at the grave at the park in the middle of the town. Yeah, standard normal stuff. You don't just hang out at graves. No, I don't. Weird. That's the physics, because it's like, this is a lever. You have 95 to 99% of that transferred to where your crankshaft is. Right? Yeah. It's like this given stroke, instead of it going this far over, we're going to make a horizontal this far over occur, which then becomes an overdrive gear. Yeah. But it's like, realistically, you try and make that much larger, but I'm not going to do that because, like, it's a hell of a lot more work to figure out and do than it would be just to do what I'm currently doing, then just make a small to a medium to a large. Which, is like, well, it's circular-ish. It's circular-ish, goes this far, and then it goes, and it's like, well, now it's wider now, versus this much straighter, and then this is an even wider, and this is the final circle. I don't see what the big issue is. You can understand that. Sure. Fuck Scottish yokes, I guess. Just make ovals work better. They're kind of more like belts at this point, for what it's worth. Yeah, but they are cranks. Yeah. But that's the parallel part, right? So if you don't know like how you have to do that, it's like that's a gear to another gear, which is how that would have to work. But it's like it's a solid piece thing for how it has to be. I guess I'll have to describe and explain that a lot better instead of just saying like, well, it's this thing. Why don't you just understand this thing? How come you can't just grasp this? I don't know, man. I'm trying though. Thanks, man. Yeah, at least you're trying. Really? Yeah, because it's like that's the same problem I ended up having. It's like I gotta keep putting in the work to try and keep understanding and keeping up. These fuckers are saying things I don't know. Like literally a lot of that. Yeah. So anyways, a good way to put it is like, so this is a gear. It's not going to actually rotate the oval, but it's like, it's a solid gear set. Instead of planetary, they're connected in a massive way that allows for them like a ring gear, an oval ring gear here, to work like that. And so it's like as it travels rearward, it's going to go down, but then it'll widen itself, and then it'll go back up, and it'll widen itself again at the belly like a football now. So that way it can be statically fixed, and then that can transfer from two of them to one singular set. Did I put my key? Did I not lock the fucking god motherfucker? Damn it. Oh, you shit on the fucking leash, Phaser. God damn you, motherfucking bastard. Don't shit on the leash. You fucker. Yeah! Not the greatest day in paradise these days. Yeah, because this is apparently paradise. Shit, right on that leash. Thanks, Phaser. I'm gonna find some leaves. I can somehow get this off. This is a fucking receipt or something. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That might though. Nice, it's a napkin. Sweet. Cool. Random napkin for the win. All right, but it's like that then allows for me to go circular, because a circular solid crank can 100% be done from that. It just needs slightly different types of styles of so gears here can't be round, and they're not going to be the same shape for those gears, as they'll work off an axle that goes to that given larger crank. So yeah, kind of like a conical, but like you can't do a conical. You have to do like an hourglass sort of shape, odd egg thingy. Geometric shapes, you know. They're like able to perfectly 100% around, like roll round style, but then it's like, yeah, but in this application they're more just going in a diagonal round style and able to apply torque, you know, just fine. But now I don't need to do that, you know, sort of like weird brakey thing, because that'll travel quite a bit faster for each stroke. And now the crank is a normal level of, like, you know, well, kind of, it's going to be faster for what it's worth, because I want it. Not like, man, I need it to be so slow in an exact like amount of gear ratio to my stroke and my cadence. Now, fuck that shit. This is gonna go faster. Yeah. This is gonna go straight to my main axle. This is it. Because it's like, what about this one? That's an entirely different gear set over there. It's still gonna be the same resistance for gear ratio stuff, right? But it's like, now I've got this thingy that does what now? What is this thingy doing? Superchargers! Woohoo! Exactly. So I want supercharge. So it's like the only other place is right behind the damn exhaust. Like, realistically speaking. It's like, why don't you make it a turbo? And it's like, well, it'd have to become a super turbo. And that means I have to break it open. It's like only like a centrifugal supercharger. So I don't have like the turbine. So it's not going to happen. That's basically what that was. But it's like, now I have gear reductions and all the rest of it as it changes its RPM. So it's always at the same speed with a ram air. Yeah, no, standard ram air to a supercharger. Ram supercharger. Yeah. But it's like, I don't really need to worry about heat as much. If I want to be like really fucking specific, I'm trying to get rid of nitrogen by getting a nitrogen filter. I don't have a nitrogen filter, so that's what I'm saving up for versus a turbine. It's like that'll actually give me more power and performance. If I get like oxygen, higher concentrations of oxygen, and a faster burn rate, which means I can pulse it differently. Boom, 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 boom. It still comes out boom, boom, boom. Yeah, good old drum beat, diesels, having a blast. I just love it because it's like, well, it's now the equivalent of like any other normal vehicle, except it weighs a lot more. You know what I mean? Like it's like, oh, it's only 100 foot-pounds of torque. Well, I could put 300 if you want. No. No, you don't need to do that. No. Now it's equivalent to a 300 foot-pound torque gasoline engine. Bro. Look at my gasoline engine, 300 foot-pounds of torque. You know how much fucking shit I have to do this? Get that? Yeah, well, That's just one stroke. Yeah, bullshit. Yeah. It is. I'm just over embellishing. But it's like boom, 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 boom. Fun stuff. But that's basic physics, because it's like, well, that's gears to like, crank to like then straight to a transmission, which is a bunch of overdrive, which now becomes like actually way more efficient for what it's worth, and it's far more forgiving because each gear then, like each stroke, boom, you can be in a much lower RPM, and then because you're going to be able to ride that, you mean the correct gear for you much more easily, and get onto your clutch much better, going up any hills or any street really, because there's less rolling resistance and all that. And parasitic loss is a lot easier to maintain now, because then it's just a bunch of gears. Yeah, got to get my 8 gears here. I'm Formula 1 driver, 8 overdrive gears. Look at me and my 8 overdrive gears. Manual 8 overdrive. What? It doesn't sound like that. It's more of a boom, boom, boom. Where'd my boom, boom go? I can push it harder in a higher cadence. I'm not excited about that idea. But no. I never wanted to go above 100. Literally. It's like 100 cadences. Phaser, come on. No. Yeah, no. Because it's immediately going to ramp up heat. Like, I'm a full air-cooled 100 foot-pound torque. Just 1 liter. It's diesel, sure. But it's all air-cooled. I never even needed to make my liquid cooler, my radiator, right? So it's like, that's a nice radiator. It works very well. It's like, why do I need it? It never needs it. No, it's really like that simple. It's just like, yeah, what do I need this for? Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I guess it's pretty heavy. It's mostly using steel. Yeah. It's like chromoly, 1/2 inch thick fucking Jesus. Fuck. 5.5 inch, 21 1/4 inch stroke. 18 inch, like I only have that. And just, well, it works though. Good old like, man, I'm going to definitely remove the vast majority of any and all particulate matter from diesels. Diesel now makes a lot more sense, right? Except it's like, it's a bunch of overdrive gears. I don't like overdrive gears. I don't like boom, boom, boom. It'll grow on you. It's a drum beat, you know what I mean? It's for sure. It's like a boom, 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 boom. As you're going down, anything. And it's like, or up anything, like you barely ever have to change the RPM, which then it's just like change gear, slightly change the throttle, boom, 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 boom. A slight RPM difference, and that's all it took. Super efficient at that point. But it's like that's the 95% to the 99% for each like gear point, which like the gears also have to be able to handle its given torque load. Normally they'll use like a worm gear. I'm like, fuck worm gears, I can't put any actual power through worm gear. No. And it's like, truthfully, I can get away with the conical gear set for what it's worth with a slight alteration in some of the gear areas as it will rotate and change its position, and it's given diagonal point and plane of existence for a given rounder style inner ring gear that happens to then connect to a main axle. It was like, well, it has to go through it. Well, yeah, okay, but like there's conical, you know, like there are ways to do it. It's just arms that travel Z height instead of it perfectly flat as a gear. You know what I mean? It's more like a conical funnel, point where your axle now, and it works great. It does, yeah. Well, yeah, no. Then it would just be changing those gears for the other like ring gear that they rotate off of. So for your change of RPM, yeah, your overdrive for your, you can still match it 1-to-1 if you wanted to. It'd be a different gearing for what it's worth, but like you can match it 1-to-1. It's just I kind of like the overdrive. Makes a lot of easier ways of making my other overdrive transmission work. 5 RPM makes a lot of difference. Like 5 RPM is not negligible, and it was like 5 to 10, and it's like, yeah, my 10 is really what I run with because 10 makes a lot more sense. It's like it's only 100 RPM. 10, it's 1,000 RPM now. A lot more sense. Yeah, that's the gearing ratio for the transmission. It's literally what it was. It was like 1,000 RPM is really difficult. I can get certain overdrive gears just fine, and I can get them attached just fine. Right? But the moment it goes down to 1, where it's 100 at most, becomes a lot more difficult. Yeah. So it's just like, yeah, no, I'll just do the 10, the 10-to-1 for overdrive, or 1-to-10, or whatever it is, as they say for the ratios. Because it's just simpler. But like 5 is honestly just fine. Like you can get away with 5. Like I mean that. But then it's an exponential. So like times 5 is instead of an orders of magnitude for every RPM change. You then have like, well, half an order of magnitude, which is a lot easier to work with for most people. And like their idea is like boom, boom, whoosh. Orders of magnitude change. All of a sudden, much dangerous. Literally one gear change. It's like, I'm suddenly fucking up to 90 miles an hour. You only have 2 gears. That's good enough. That's literally fine. 2 gears is fine. 2 is literally fine. I mean it. Like, it's like, oh, yeah, I'll just, you know what I mean? And it's like, for orders of magnitude change, right? It's like 5 RPM is 50. 10 RPM is now 1,000. Well, no, because it's only 10. So it's 100. But it's like, just add a 0 every time. And so it's like, here's 25 RPM, 250. You know what I mean? But then it's like, here's the overdrive gears for your transmission, which are able to much more easily increase that every single time. And so like 2 is more than good enough as long as you do it right. But I don't. I have 8. So oh yeah, he has 2. I wouldn't do that. Right, because he has 2 CVTs. for what it's worth. Yeah. He's got like big old torque CVTs, and like they'll change their gear ratio over time as they go to a higher RPM, and then he'll just switch to another gear, or for another CVT increase all the way up to like 90 miles an hour. And I was like, that'll totally work, but also I don't want to. I like my gears that are way heavier in all aspects versus like a CVT, which is way lighter, much more simple, but I have to change belts all the time. There's so much shit that goes on with that. I hate it. I literally just dislike it. I like changing gears. I do. Yeah. Well, if it's a 10, then it's like a 1-to-1 for that is a much greater increase, except you really need another 10, which is really what I was doing. But it's like, no, I'll do a 0.25 for my first, which will multiply by a quarter. So it's like, if it's 10 and now it's 100, now I have to multiply the 100 by 25, which now gives me 2,500, which was ridiculous. And so like that then became my 8th gear. Like for real, it's like this becomes my 8th gear. That's fucking not happening. I looked at other ones. I was like, can I do another 10? So 100 is now what, 1,000? That's fine. I could do 1,000. That's fine. Yeah, that's idle for most things, right? Yeah. No, the wheel's going 100. 1,000 RPM, bro. What's a good speed? And it's like calculating size and tire and axle and for this gear. And it's like, all right, so now it's this gear reduction from like, okay, so I'm at 100 RPM, which is fine, honestly. Like literally 1-to-1. In fact, if anything, I want a gear reduction from that 10. Because I don't want to like rocket forward for my first gear. So it turned into like, oh, so I have 100. Actually, it's more like I have 50. 50. Oh my god, this is working. 50 is fine. Yeah, no, I'm not going to die at 50. This is fine. Yeah. I can slowly use the clutch to just like get me up there. Oh yeah, there we go. And it's just like, well, all the way up to 8th gear. 2,500 RPM to the rear wheel. And then I realized it's like, oh, that's kind of stupid. That only gets me about this speed. Like, for what it's worth, yeah. So I'm like, all right, so, all right, ooh, it's another order of magnitude. Really? Yeah, oh no, is it ever? The gearing changed dramatically. It's like, here's another order of magnitude from 1,000, which is, well, 100, right? But it's going to be like 1,000, right? But it's like, no. This is another orders of magnitude from like a ridiculous standpoint. Like we're going to 10,000 RPM is what we have to do to be able to go towards like the 90 to 120 miles an hour at certain sizes of tires. It's like 10,000 isn't really ever going to be achieved for what it's worth. And that gear is essentially only ever used on the highway, very specific times, because then it's like a literal slight change in RPM, like subtle RPM change now means going much faster. Like literally, it's that ridiculous level as an overdrive gear. Because it's like from 100 to 10,000 means I have an exponential increase, and even subtle little changes for my injectors, for my air fuel ratios, for my timing, and all of that dramatically change what that RPM really is. So it's like this gear right now is the equivalent of I didn't touch my throttle in any way at all. In fact, all I really did was change air fuel timings and everything
to very specifically with a cruise control change with me putting in, I want this speed, yeah. So it's just like this speed, 72 miles an hour. It's like, well, this is what it's going to need to do for my timing, for my ECU, which was so dangerous after a bit because it was like, no, I mean, it'll be able to, like, within how much I murdered fucking year? This bitch. This fucker. This damn motherfucker. That's a fucking ridiculous margin of error. I changed this a little. I proceeded to never be able to change it. It's like, these are the gears I've got. So, turns into, oh yeah, supercharger's nice. Yeah. Ram air, you know what? This is very delicate pressure valves work for timing. Like, legitimately, like, this is exactly the amount of length of fucking cable I can have. This is exactly the amount of time for this gigahertz clock rate for the ECU I need to have to be able to run this with this amount of nanosecond and millisecond delay to giving the instruction from this given length for this wire to this area. I started getting all into the nitty-gritty of calculations. I was like, oh, it works just fine. Margin of error is fine. Meanwhile, margin of error for other people is like well past 100% to like be able to get basic, like torque level, like horsepower torque. This one's like, yeah, this is within like less than a 10% margin of error of like it doing what it needs to do, which is very harsh. Like, we're talking like a millisecond of a margin of error is at like peak top margin of error for timing. So every wiring harness and everything gets checked each and every time. It's like, did you corrode slightly? Are you slightly less than 60% the speed of light? Did you? You look good. You're good. Are you connected enough? Wiggle, 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 jiggle. Get it in there. And it's like done finally. Yeah, because it's like, oh, it's time to actually ride. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, just cruising. 30 mile hour. Meanwhile, most of the time, other people around me don't really seem to like. I have no real actual muffler. I do, but not really. I have a bunch of like footballs, effectively made out of steel and aluminum, that are able to handle the heat and pressure. I have little stator areas that have a bunch of big old baffly holes from front to rear. And then it's like certain hot spots of pressure dump off further over or further rear. So like further towards the end of the exhaust tube or closer towards the exhaust manifold. A bunch of those, effectively, different sizes. Some of them inside, some of them have a couple inside of them, like two, all specifically shaped to reduce noise impact. But at the same time, it's like boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's loud. Yeah, it's still loud. It's still a big, foomy loudness. Has a huge impact on a surface area of air that's around it. They have to get it to be able to do that. So it's like, this is the surface area, contact to air, and it's like the horn area, which isn't really a horn, it's just a tube, but it's like it has a wider, and then it gets tapered to a smaller point towards the end, and then it has like these little waveguide points at the tips that run slightly further in and then slightly further out. So it's like, think that there's this little teardrop shape that then curves up towards the tip. All right, and then that tip has its own version of where it goes like more or less just straight, but it's curving along the sides and flaring up towards itself, kind of like it ripped itself apart and then like curved inwards towards where the center of a triangle is from the sides, right? And then the tip is like bulbous, you know. So it's like that makes all the difference. It's like bang to boom, boom. As it comes out. No 2-1 for this guy. No. If I could, I would. For what it's worth. It's kind of difficult to do it, though. All right, Phaser, come on. Gotta get back in. Come on. It's okay. Come on. There you go. There you are. Right into the trailer. Good boy. You ripped the trailer. Again. All right. I didn't really need a motorcycle with a trailer. So, like, that was something I was thinking about. I was thinking 600cc, a trailer, used jacket, used pants, used gloves. Like, it's non-negotiable for me if I'm going to go with a motorcycle in every way to do anything other than be able to get the little like scholarship or whatever it is to be able to go to the bike school, but don't actually ride or have insurance yet for the bike. So that in order to get the scholarship, I have to have a bike, but I can't have insurance or any of that. Can't use it. If I can go to school, then that can help with insurance, apparently here in Arizona, which is great. And then it's like, right, now I can go look for like a 600cc inline 4 is what I was hoping for. But instead of having a big tour, it's like, no, I'll have like maybe a 2-seater 600cc, but instead of having saddlebags or anything, I have like a little trailer that I buy that's used instead, and used personal protection equipment or like jacket, pants, gloves, helmet, shoes, or boots, really. Like non-negotiable, need to have the 5, jacket, helmet, pants, gloves, boots. Non-negotiable. So that one's what that is, just because I'm a brand new rider. So to me, it just makes no sense to really do it otherwise. And then it's like, the only reason why I'm getting it is so I can go get groceries and take my dog for hikes without like feeling I'm about to die trying to get to places. It's so real though. Yeah. But it's like, this is the whole reason why I thought about the whole diesel. It's like, well, the diesel makes total sense because it's like boom, boom, a whole stroke. But it's like zzz, you know what I mean? For the increased RPM, right? Which is fine, except it's just a heavy bastard. But then it's like, here's 300 foot-pounds of torque. Please don't do that. Right, yeah. It's like, are you sure? It's a heavy bastard? Okay, I'll give you more torque. You want more torque? I'll give you more torque. Give me a second. I can go up to about 500 foot-pounds of torque. I'm going to be at the top end brake mean effective pressure, but I can give you 500 foot-pound torque. Give me a second. No! No, it's fine. No! Boom, boom, boom. Please save me. Your gears are going to get you all the way up to, let's see, probably in that 180 to 220 mile range. It's fine though. You're gonna be okay. You'll get through it. I can't slow. No, I have great brakes. Why aren't you hitting them? Cause fuck you. Just put it in neutral and use your brakes. Jeez. The fuck. I know, right? Yeah. Oh no, they just always freak out. Typically, when it's like a big, long stroke behemoth engine. It's just like, it's not that big, actually, for what it's worth. Like, even though the 2 cylinders are connected and there's an engine block there, there's space in between that's effectively a big old radiator that's connected by a bunch of clamps. Like stud clamps. So it's like a big long thread, and then there's stud, like a hollow stud tube with a big old amount of like bushings and, nuts to put them together and torque to the right point and spec, right? But it's like, cool! Why? Because air cooling and it's slanted. You're right, yes, no. And then there's like air cooling in the front and air cooling off the sides. And then there's air cooling on the other side where the exhaust would be, except now it's really more of like the supercharger part, that has like, oh, so I originally thought I was going to have like a radiator, right? So guess what the radiator is? A big, ginormous funnel into the supercharger. It's huge. Like, this is a 12-inch. I found a 12-inch air filter for this fucker to this supercharger, which is like really realistically not ever going to be able to push its limits. But it's a big old ram air into the supercharger that has well, to the air filter really, that then has like a velocity stack to the supercharger. And so like the faster you go, the more efficient the supercharger becomes. And I have a little blow-off valve. So it's like, this is a pressure gauge. And it's like, at this pressure gauge, it goes, oh, this is the gear that it makes sure it has. Instead of like passive, it changes its gear with the ECU thing. So that way I can have the gear for my supercharger be an appropriate gear for the altitude and the speed I'm going at. Yeah. So that way, my methane injectors, which are not methane, they're not going to inject any methane, they're injecting air. So that's why I was thinking about the nitrogen filter, because it's like, well, the nitrogen filter totally works here. And it's like, a supercharger makes total sense. But it's like, you have big, huge exhausts. And I'm like, you're right. Oh, for what it's worth, the exhausts have a bunch of like little fins on them, like heat sinks fins. Yeah, because it's worth it to cool it off. They go from the center of the tubes, which is exhaust tubes, to the outside, and then there's like a little shroud around it, so that way I don't burn myself, but also push more air through it. Yeah, as it comes out, no more nitrogen dioxide burn, and I'm actually within the legal limit of a motorcycle. Well below, for what it's worth, for a motorcycle dB range. And it's a big, huge, massive sound. Just ridiculous, honestly. But it's like, no, that's fine. But it's like, where's the turbo? Yeah, I don't really have one. Yeah, I get the super turbo soon, or I'll get the nitrogen filter. It was fun though, for what it was worth. It was like genuinely a fun little like concept that I ran for a while. Like, it's just a little concept. It all works. I know for a fact it'll work. I never have to worry about that. I'm really good at that part. Yeah, like literally, I never have doubt with my concepts. Like, I might forget a thing or two, but it's like really actually pretty simple to put that like thing there. It's like the whole thing works. Like, I know it does. I know it will. But it's like, the main issue was literally just the fact that it's a big, fairly heavy ass fucker. It's like, it's an aluminum crankcase, for what it's worth. Yeah. But it's like, the crank, it's like, well, that's forged steel, and it's hardened steel. Yeah, I had to do like a whole bunch of that stuff to find that. Yeah, but it's like, no, well, it worked. Everything worked. I went overboard. Like, I could have gone full on all aluminum and made this work. I never needed the steel. Like, chrome Holly? Really? Like, the pressures are never that bad. Ever. And then it's like, it's still the same when it comes down to, like, the head gasket and everything. It's like, the head is just like one piece because they're close enough. So it's just like bend, like, get a plate, get two plates, bend it a little bit, you know, and then drill and get the valve, you know, for what you need, right? And it's like, that's all that is. I only got the one camshaft. I only need the single overhead cam because I only have exhaust. That's it. Just need to make sure it's timed right and it's got a big old valve and it's angled the right way, which valves are pretty easy to do, you know, for what it's worth. It's like, here's a drill, here's a stand, here's like, you know, already a fairly, you know, stem-like size valve. You know what I mean? It's like, well, it's about this size. It's basically a cone. Fuck it. It's now a stem. Like literally that. It's like, here's a chunk of steel, mild steel. Fuck it. It'll get there. It's gonna take its time, but it'll get there. The right gapping, right bearing journal, all of it, and it's like done. You know what I mean? It's pretty simple stuff. It's like to build engines. It's really not that hard. People make it really difficult, but it's like building an engine, really genuinely speaking, is just a tube with cooling and an air and an exhaust. We have so many different ways of putting it together now with the injectors we've got. There's carburetors. We've got air intakes galore. Like we really don't have anything preventing us from just using what we already have and piecing it together differently. That's it. It's super simple to make. Multi-layer steel. There you go. Dunk, 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 dunk. Here's a little torquey. 30 foot-pounds? Man, I don't know if you really need that. It's only going to be like a 500 cc. And it's like, 45 should do it. Yeah, especially with the engine block casing around it that went through, both sides, right? Yeah. So it's like it's sealed on both sides, but then it's like they have fins, air cooling fins, and I'm cooling the heads. All the things are cooled, you know what I mean? Yeah, which is great. You have to have it, yeah. But it's like do 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 do, and no more knock. Oh wait, why would I care about knock? There's no air in the cylinder. It can't knock. There's no combustion available. I do kind of hate you for that, yeah. It's like, no. I mean, it's very much, well, yeah, that does do, okay. And then, oh shit, wow, yeah. It burns really easily. Yep. Good old heat and pressure. Yeah. It's like a pyrolysis reaction for diesel. Like literally. That's literally what it would be. Yeah. Good old pyrolysis reaction for diesel. Yeah, well, it basically turns into a bunch of hydrogens and carbons. Yeah, and then it condenses it so much with enough heat that it's like any air will start the process. But you get a little bit of air in there, so that way when it does get to top dead center, it's already burning, which means you have even less need for even less air, like even less need for even more compression, because you can run a lot less air to be able to get, because the nitrogen usually takes out our oxygens. Now I'm able to remove that and free up that oxygen to the combustion. Makes it more efficient. It also cools it off because it takes heat to do that, which is fine, because heat and pressure are what basically removes a lot of the particulate matter. And so everything's a lot easier on that side. Yeah, no, but it is still hotter than a standard, exhaust temperature for like a gasoline for 1 liter. That'd be doing the same thing, where like you'd be pushing a certain pressure, but then you'd be pushing a certain amount of fuel too. And at top dead center, it would be pretty hot. And then by the time you bottom set, yeah, like all of it would be pretty hot. But now it's like, well, it's cooled constantly. It's like a big, ginormous long stroke, which helps with cooling. And then it's like, oh, then a whole bunch of air fins. Oh, great, yeah. And it's like, no, but we're not fully done, actually. Hey, get back in there, Phaser. Yeah, no. You like to jump out and then run around. Rachel's had to get you twice today. You've been a bad dog today. I think she's on your leash. What is that about? Not that you really know. Yeah. Anyways, sure, okay. It's all right. I was able to take you for a walk. I have not eaten enough today. There we go. All right. Let me get. All right. Yep. That's what I thought. It's a good thing I have decent neighbors and all that. Yeah. It's a not terrible neighborhood, which is great. Otherwise, that would have been like, oh my god, I got away with like literally the worst thing ever you could ever try and do. Fucking leave your door unlocked and leave the home. Like, actually, yeah. Anyway, so it's just that it's heavy. Like, it's really easy to just massively reduce weight by going aluminum. What is this? Just fucking 100-pound damn motherfucking engine. Jesus shit. Holy fuck. This is heavy. You know what? It's a lot easier to change this to like a 50. You know, hell, screw 50. I can probably get away with like maybe 40. 40 will absolutely work. No, I got you, Phaser. Alright. Alright, here you go. Let's get your shit stained leash off of you. Come on, Phaser. Alright, here you go. I wiped it off and had the good old exfoliation of dirt occur, which I know it doesn't seem like that means anything, but dirt does actually seem to change some of the smell and the likelihood of it festering or doing certain things, which is nice. I don't really know how it does that. I think it's like a counterbalance of certain fungus, mold, and bacteria. I try and go after them. But, yeah, that's what it is. Oh, of course I had my fucking keys the entire fucking... Buried deep within the pockets. Okay, well, whatever. It's fine. It worked out. Ah, man. Yeah, no, it's more than cool enough. In fact, if anything, it's underperforming because I can't get it hot enough. Except it's like, screw heat. Brrr. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, no, I'll just put in some fuel. Well, just magically? Like, not really. I mean, that's like during idle startup, and it would have to have a procedure of increasing the amount of air from like quarter to top dead center, maybe even half, and like really kind of like get it a much higher compression. And then it's like from there, it'd be able to slowly walk down that to like being after top dead center or just before to be able to still allow for some knock to improve efficiency. But it's also an engine that makes like a lot of sense for some, no sense for others. Yeah, like boom, boom, boom. This guy's flying down the goddamn highway. No, I know, I get it. But it's 65, okay? Like, he's not flying. Yeah, but he's just boom, boom, and he's going. I tell you, I just want to pull you over to see what the fuck this engine is. Anyway, I'm looking at all my little ECU timings. My final 8th gear might as well be called fuck you. You better have everything right. Don't ever even touch the throttle. It's just only for cruise. One arm. Jeez. Yeah. I don't hear a change in the RPM. It's still boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Seriously, though, yeah. That's dangerous. For some people, yeah, it would be. Like, you get used to it. Like most people understand what diesels do if they've ever driven one.
or it's like 25, maybe 4,000 RPM, and it's really just about gears, right? And it's like that's why I have 8 gears. Yeah, they're all high gears for what's worth. Yeah, like screw low gears. I don't need them. Yeah, well, you don't even have 100 RPM. Yeah, well, that's fair though. I I do, but it's like that's a second like yeah. But yeah, no, that'd be a second like setting. It's like this is the you're gonna go all out versus 50, which is like way easier in all aspects. For the gearing I got, yeah, it's like no, I'll go up to 100 now. I'm gonna really get rid of that limiter. Yeah, eighth gear though, 10% margin of error of a millisecond. Uh, oh no, it has. Well, that's max. Like really, I know. Yeah. Ooh, anyway, yeah, no, I'd have to get off of it because it's like the physics talks. It's like okay, let's talk about why the engine is so cold. All right, the stroke length increases the surface area contact for our overall cooling, which is a big, big deal, especially when you're like, yeah, I'm just going to burn it basically until a little after middle dead. It's just like, what? Wouldn't that be really hot? Oh, no, no, no. It's going to be a little hot, but then it's going to continue cooling the entire time. Yeah. And then it turns into the same thing for the exhaust, where it's like the exhaust might come out as boom, but it's really like, yeah, well, it could be a lot higher decibel for sure if it wasn't cooled effectively. Yeah. uh, it's another surface contact area over time with like a bunch of the radiator surface area from the football things, right? Which helps out. Yeah, especially when it's like, oh, I'm going to push that slightly more for the rear or slightly more for the front, depending on where it's coming in at where it is on the stator area. So it's like that'll allow for it to capture some of that and then push it in between to help reduce some of that big, ridiculous bang. And now you get a boom. Since it pushes further down, and it pushes a little further back rear towards where the exhaust manifold for the front. And it's like now instead of a big, pressure wave here, it's now an extended pressure wave that has reduced its overall size signature. But then it's like, yeah, I need that to go into a larger area. So that way it's not going to be accelerated with the football. So as it squeezes through all of that, it gets turbulent, but then it also then accelerates. Standard Bernoulli principle. And that's the Bernoulli's principle in action with pressure versus like, oh, there's no pressure here. But then it's like, oh, yeah, there's lower pressure. Bernoulli's. You know what I mean? Hey! But now instead of bang, you get boom. Boom. See? Like sudden hit from the front wave that gets there first, and then it extends, and then that's more of a bang, which is more of a boom. Big, long sine wave, which is nice. Because if you didn't do it, it would sound ridiculously loud. Yeah. Well, not super, super loud. It's going to sound loud, but there's a reason why I have like it's going into a larger tube and then it extends. It's just a standard, like regular, straight tube, but then I have to have it slightly far out towards that tip, but then I have that like little, it's another tube around that for what it's worth. But that's why it's like wider here, and then it goes like a triangle towards the tip, and then that tip has those little teardrop shapes that are on the little slight flare out. I mean, I wouldn't even call it a flare out. I mean, it's straight. It's just like it has waveguides, there. So like it helps out with the waveguide, expansion sort of thing, as it'll go around the bulbous part, and then it has a little curve up at the tips of the triangle, and then a little bulbous part for the tail to connect, and then it'll go to that. And so as it expands, it'll go through the sides, and then it'll expand much more easily because I already had gas come out from the rear part of the tube, and it accelerates a little bit, right, outwards. It then makes it such that like that pressure wave gets modulated. So it's like as it expands, and then it has this pressure wave that gets captured by that. So then it'll accelerate, and then it'll expand much more rapidly to a larger surface area towards the inside tube surface area. And so they'll meet and then they'll dissipate. So destructive interference. A little bit, yeah. Yeah. It's more to just slow it that fucking hell down. It's like it comes out really fast. Like even with the things I did to try and slow it down, it's still really fast. So it's like, well, that's the pressure that you're gonna get. Pressure and outright stroke length. It's like now go up. Whoosh. What'd you say? Good old exhaust stroke. Yeah. No, because the other side is basically pushing it, right? Because I still have to have a flywheel to make that work, which is one of the reasons why there's a turbo or a supercharger where it is. It's like that's not a flywheel, okay, but there's a reason why it's there because like that's a good flywheel position area. Yeah. It's like, no, yeah, no, that's working. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, because it is like that. Like Scott Manley did a wonderful like Kerbal Space Program video live stream back in the day where he's like, here's basically a whale getting thrown out, or like this is an explosion of a nuclear explosion, but it's like got boom, and then it's traveling forward a little bit, boom, and it travels forward a little bit, and boom, and it travels forward a little bit. And it's like that's effectively what I'm doing. It's like boom, except like that travel forward a little bit is now captured into the gears, which then turns it into I have consistent travel forward now. Which is good. And that's a way more efficient design for what it's worth in terms of like how I ultimately am able to transfer a given amount of burnt fuel and thermal work, like thermal energy to work energy, right, for that fuel to a more consistent for the gearing, like a CVT, and maintain a certain cadence, yet RPM that makes it much more consistent, much more forgiving, much less dangerous. Although it's the sound that mostly people don't like, even though I'm like, yeah, but like, have you ever heard the biggest bass drum you've ever had? Like, we gotta get the war drum beat. Boom, 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 boom. I oddly enough feel like dancing and I need to fucking run and like go kill a tribe for dishonoring us or something. What did they do so wrong? They said my pants look bad. You don't have pants. Exactly. What the fuck? That's funny little comedy there. Yeah. Other than that, it just turns really quickly into like, well, yeah, no, it's easier by far to learn on. It's heavy though, for what it's worth as a concept. It's really hard, like way harder than I ever needed to for building it. Yeah, it's like core value still means I could put away, especially half-inch diameter, higher pressures here. It's like, yeah, okay, you know, it's like 500 foot-pounds. And it's like, I'm still not even at the max. What is it? No, we're good. You're at the max. Are you sure? Like, it's only like, what is this, 300 pounds at most, like, is what that would ultimately be, but it's definitely over 100 pounds for sure. Like, it all depends. It's like, it's pretty heavy for each cylinder, but then it's like, that's the plate steel, the mild plate steel, but then it's like quarter and half-inch in certain places, and the rest of it's just aluminum they have to put there. Yeah. And then it's like, same thing for the crankcase and all the rest of it, then eventually starts turning into like, all right, so it's a bunch of aluminum, steel only where necessary, which like that's not true. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like, that's not true. You know that's not true. Meanwhile, so 500 foot-pounds, huh? Is that going to make it better? Like if it's like a 150-pound engine, is 500 foot-pounds like a good foot-pound now? Need to get out of here. So, because yeah, you do get it. Because it's like 500 foot-pounds. You know, I can't even really do that with my V8. Weighs about the same. So it's okay, but your V8 would be doing like probably like 5,500 RPM or something. I'm only doing like 100 max. Hey, well, 500 foot-pounds. I only ever go to like 6th gear at most, truthfully. Might want to tone the. What is that 6th gear? That's the 20. That's like so. Okay, so the engine would be going if it's let's say it was like 80 RPM. The rear wheel would be doing. It should be around that 7,500 RPM. It's a bigger wheel though. What's your speed again? He was going 160 miles an hour. That's all the gear ratios I need for my physics mechanical engineering class. I can calculate that, yeah. You're being 500 foot-pounds? Are you insane? Well, no, but like, I can see why you think that, considering, yeah, because it's literally just overdrive years. But that's fine for me because I don't really need to burn nearly as much fuel to be able to make that work for my engine. Like 500 foot-pounds is fine, right? When I don't need to go over 100 RPM to be able to get my rear wheel for a motorcycle because it's a motorcycle to get the distance traveled that I need, which means like I burn a lot less fuel than a standard conventional gas or even any diesel for that matter. So it's just like, wee. I'm going coast to coast today. A nice little recumbent cruiser. It's just like really lean in there. I've got like my little armrests for no fucking reason. Big long back. Decent little. Yeah, you're tucked in there though, from what I'm seeing here. Yeah, I'm pretty far back too, for what's worth. It's like, here's my suit. I was like, this is me. Roll away back there. Long boy, 6'4" guy. Well, that is super nice. Yeah, no, I can absolutely get used to that. That's a nice windscreen. It's like really chill. I can just cruise for all day long. What's the height of your bottom? I saw that. You have a higher height than normal. Yes, where the bottom part of my engine cradle here is much higher up than it really, normally speaking, would be. He's a foot off the ground. Why? This is kind of how I built my frame. I didn't really like do it well. So I had to change the tires for my motorcycle. It was like at first I was gonna have a regular motorcycle tire, and then it's like, so this is gonna have to be different. Yeah. It looks very much more like a chopper, except like I've got a big wide front wheel and a big wide rear wheel, and then like they have to have big chungus sidewall. I was like, and then what is it for springs that you got? So this is just going to come off a subcompact. That's all I get right here. This is 4 of these for my fork, or my fork and rear. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's the suspension I get. Yeah. It's like that shock and spring. That's all I get, you know. Whew. No, I have a pivot area. Yeah, so because I want a soft tail, and that's the difference between a like like average hardtail chopper. They do have soft tails. So I was like, well, this is where my pivot area is. This is the belt that goes to the pivot area that will then just constantly give me consistent, you know, transfer of energy there, you know, the torque, you know, RPM, right? I was like, that'll be fine. I can do that. That's easy. I can do that. Then you start seeing where I was at that point, building my frame, because it's like, well, I already more or less, fucking damn it, built this. So you're just going to be a part of the engine now. Or the engine itself is a structural member. I mean, it's a lot of aluminum and it's a lot of steel. It's chromoly steel, so it's like actually genuinely very strong. So it was like, let me just finagle this into not being a monstrosity, right? It's like, yeah, no, this is why I lean like this now. It's like, yeah, well, now that's very much why the engine's, technically speaking, bifurcating its air around. With this shroud, I was like, if you look underneath it, it's like where the seat is. It's like, and it's around and under. Fucking me, fuck this. This is hot shit. This is just gonna be a shroud that I change when it's winter. You know, I'm gonna get some warm air up in here. But otherwise, it's just like, go away from me. That's where my legs are. Go away. Well, you're like a maybe 200 something pound. I'm 6'4", right? Like maybe 200 if you're like me, 6'4", 200 maybe 50 at most, maybe 350 if you're like rural strongman or maybe on the heftier side, right? Right? And it's like that works perfectly because I have like a 120 to 300, depending on what ultimately people decide if they want to make it a certain way. Like I know what it is, but then that means that I don't really want to tell you how much I tried to carve out so much weight from the sides of those tubes. It's like they're a half-inch thick. I don't need it. And then I'm like, if I can rifle the outside, this will help. And then if I just do this and with the double helix thing, and then with the vertical, and then like I can slide in like the plate, and then I don't really need this plate to be like this. I did all this work, and it's like here's some aluminum here, and I can just kind of put in thermal epoxy. It's like here's just like what is this, aluminum sheet? No, you're not allowed to. I'm just gonna bind a couple of aluminum sheets together with high temperature silicone caulking, and then some rivets, some you braze all the way throughout all of it. It's like yeah, yeah, it's good enough. I don't care anymore. It's like I'm done. I was so super done so quickly after a certain point. It was like I just wanted to run. I just want this to run. I just want this to run. I just want this to run. So I already got it running. The technology was running. Everything was running. I just want to be done. I want to ride my damn vehicle. I just want to do this. So that's what it started ramping up into. It was like, no, the plate's fine because like the plate with the aluminum there, that allows for me to have my flywheel, my gearing, and all of that with my little transmission, which was like, what's the transmission housings that they've got over there? No, it's gonna work with that. That's fucking bullshit. Let me see that. God damn it. I need a clutch plate. God, this is bullshit. I have to have a conical, freaking stupid, dumb. We're getting done. Yeah, I'm a differential to this thing. I have to make all the fucking gears. This is crap. Where it's over there in Junkyard Land. yoink, yoink, yoink. What's that in that yoink transmission? Yoink. What do you got? Yoink. It's like stick this gear to this gear, this smaller gear to that bigger gear. A lot of those going on. Transmission fluid's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, no, it's fine, guys. And like little air heat sinks and thermal epoxy, some freaking aluminum in there. Like, all right, straight your shape. Yeah. Ah, fuck, I cannot longitude. I can't do. Fuck. Okay, fine, 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 fine. It's gonna be. I hate 45-degree angle, but it'll be fine. 45 slant for parallel. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Like I went from like it's all gonna be horizontal to it's slant. It's like I have to have a freaking crank. You know, no, yeah. Meanwhile, I have like little plate exoskeleton, like steel, mild steel plate exoskeleton areas that I bolt into the crankcase to make it structurally supportive for where the soft tail, because the soft tail is essentially like, yeah, no, so you have an engine and a transmission, and that's basically what I run off of. Like that's literally what it is. Yeah, it's like, shrink, you bitch, you're heavy. Is that a truck tire? I can't use that truck tire, can I? No, this is no. What do you got over there? That'll work though. That's gonna work though. It's gonna be balloony, but it'll be fine though. Big ginormous chungus, you need to beat these tires. It's balloony, but I don't need to beat nothing anymore. Like literally that the small little rim. It's like, no, this is the rim. This needs to be wide like this. A bunch of freaking like I started the project initially like this is where I'm going, and then every bit of concession is like this is where I ended up. Like literally that, yeah. It's like no, I'm gonna have this big old, and so now it's not, and the sidewall tread is definitely just regular tread now. Well, almost, for what it's worth. It's still there, but it's like it's bent over, so like I can still tilt, lean, right? But it's like balloon tread. I ran a lot lower pressures than normal, just because I was afraid of the tire popping. Like for front rear, I was like, I got 2 of these. Which rims if they have? What I got over there. This is what I'm gonna use it in. That's what I've got now. This is the size I'm gonna have to go with. This is it has to be in the middle. It can't be in the side. I can't do that because it will break if I do that. What's that axle over there you got? Something not for you. No, 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 no. Come on. Come on. Hey, I'll do like this cool burnout for you when I have an axle for this rim. Anyway, I'm getting wheel bearings and everything from anywhere I can source them. It's the stupidest, most ridiculous things after a while. I was like, you have high fucking performance silicone ceramic bearings? What do you got over there? Where'd you come from? And Junkyard's like, yeah, how did you know that? Like literally that, yeah. It was like, good bearings. Getting bearings after bearings, like all the little gear, all the little oil. I have to pump oil everywhere. I have to do all the things. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have an engine coolant. It's like, well, it never fucking was necessary, so I took it off. Like literally, I just took it off. Yeah, it was genuinely never necessary. I really thought I was going to have to, because I was like, well, no, I mean, in the higher piston speed velocity, I'm gonna try and get to like 1,000, maybe 1,500, maybe like I get to 4 or 6K. You know, like I was really like, "Yeah, I'll go for it," and it turned into it's 100 RPM. I don't need more. I literally never need more. I started looking at the gear. That's when it happened with gearing ratios. It was like, this is the gears. What was that? Wait a second. Oh, fuck. It's the size of the outer diameter of my tire. I'm gonna die on this if I try and do that. I was like, why not? It's a diesel. It has big torque. They always run overdrive, right? And it's like, okay, let's do it. Then it turned into, you're not going to be able to run at those RPMs. The gearing's fine. You can take it. Like, honestly, I set up the crankshaft and everything to be able to take those kinds of gears and those RPMs, right? Except when I looked at that, it turned into, what did you just tell me? That's like 100,000 RPM from every wheel. It's like, change your gears. At that point, I was stuck with the gears I had. It's like, this is the gears. These are the gears. I can't get other gears. I have spent all the money on this gear and I had made the transmission already. Fuck this. Yeah, like literally, yeah. So it is no larger than 100 RPM engine and it's only a 1 liter. You know, big, big, long stroke. Yeah, but it says 500cc each, really, you know. 5.5, and you know, all of that like really changes significantly the whole thing. But it's like, all right, so well, no, I'm able to fit it because it's not super wide, even though it's 5.5 inch bore. Like it's not super wide, and I have like more than enough surface area or cooling, right? And I can burn for 10 inches of length of acceleration. Yeah, so it's like 100 foot-pounds is low. I can easily get higher. And it was like, I'm gonna carve out the sides. Just what the fucking hell? It's like I don't need 5.5 inches though, like at all. Like I mean a half an inch of thickness for chromoly steel. Like I don't need a half-inch thick tube of chromoly steel. But then it was like, yeah, no, I mean that's going to carve out a lot of weight. Oh wait, wasn't this? What was that? That's the kind of pressures it can handle. So I was looking it up on YouTube. It's like this is the pressure that they can handle as a cylinder of chromoly steel that's like half-inch thick at that size with caps and all that, you know, sort of stuff, right? And it's like the fuck, and what's the highest heat temperature again? Damn. Okay. All right. Well. I already have 100 foot-pounds. It's like immediately 500 is so fast to do. It's like, oh, I'm just going to accelerate it for longer. And I'm going to do much better pressures, right? It's like 500 foot-pounds with a cadence that makes no sense. And it's like, well, you know, the gears are fine, right? And it's a forgiving bike, which is good. It uses almost no fuel, which is great It's just a totally different type of setup. Like literally that. It's like a almost 22-inch stroke, right? It's a 21 1/4 inch. So I started getting into ridiculous kinds of physics. It's like, well, I can keep heating it up, like for what it's worth. I can pour in more fuel, like after an initial acceleration, and then burn it like that instead. And so I was like, well, what's the actual? If I get okay, so we'll go 60%. I was at like maybe 10, and then I pushed it about 30, 40%, and was like, all right, let's go up to 60. It's like the gears will handle it, transmission's handling it, everything's handling it. Now my margin of error is way different because I don't need nearly that kind of margin of error anymore. It's more about acceleration to the gear. So it's like this acceleration gives me this given type of rotation, as in like this many rotations at this given RPM. I mean, acceleration, so piston speed. So like this piston speed is this many rotations. That's effectively what it was, and like that's how I would modulate it, right? And so then it turned into, well, at 500, you know what I mean? It's like, well, now I'm just going to change torques. That's all I'm doing. Like I'm going to change piston acceleration and torque values at different gears. That's all I started doing, and I got a way higher efficiency to outright weight performance. That is great. Like it can move solidly a huge, ginormous like truck from this. Like that's what it would be put into if you wanted to. Yeah, like it's like, well, oh, I need 100 RPM, and it's like, no, no, no. What if we wanted to do more RPM? And it's like, well, I can do that. I can. It's balanced about 10. I know, right? Yeah. It's like it's totally able to do that with the air fuel ratios that I can push and pressures. Fully can do that. Now, granted, I'm gonna have to cool that, which it has cooling. So like, there's that, and there's air cooling. So it's like now let's put it in the truck, and it's like, yeah, no, that simulation was bad because it just basically started ripping transmissions apart. Yeah, it was like, well, yeah. So it's like, all right, 650. I'll end it there, foot-pounds, and you'll start at like effectively 5 RPM at 650 foot-pounds. But then this has the added increase of 10 RPM for its crank as an overdrive crank. And so it's like 10,000 is now 100,000 RPM. No, let's not do that though. You're right. Let's not do this. Let's go back to 1-1. Do that, and it's like, all right. So regular truck transmission. Yeah. Well, this would be a gasoline for sure. Yeah. And you only get the power strokes offset by effectively, since it's 180, they're offset by. But it's like you have to do a full 360 to get like each power stroke. And so it's like a big bang for, yeah. So it's like, here's 10K, but now it's really like 5K. But it's also 650 foot-pounds. You see why you started breaking large amounts of transmissions and axles? Yeah, like most of the time they never start at that kind of level of actual foot-poundage. So it's like a lot of fluidic transmissions are nice. Whee! I went back to my motorcycle for what it was worth. I was like, aluminum, huh? With like a steel sleeve? Let's do a steel sleeve. Let's do that. So it's going to be a much thinner chromoly steel sleeve. We're just going to put that in there. Like, yeah. I changed the stroke length for what it was worth, and I added two extra. Well, not early, if I'm being honest. I added four, but that's a story for another day. I started off with two extra, so for a total of four. But if you look at it, it looks nothing like that. It's kind of like a VR6, right? Which is a lot easier for a crank to do. But then it's like, hmm, 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 I have a way of doing this. It's different. Because I only need it to go this distance, or have it, because I halved it. So I had six of them, and so they're 10 inches, so like 21, right, 0.25, then turns into the half of that. And so still 5.5-inch bore, which is ridiculous. But it's like now I have six of them lined up right next to each other with cooling going and running through. No, they're not like situated inside of each other's like little divot for like the cylinder, and then it would go in. Like they're literally lined up right next to each other. Yeah, and he's like, "What the fuck kind of crank is this?" And he's like, "It's not really a normal crank, I'll tell you that much." No, turned into kind of like an axle sort of situation. Wait, really? Yeah, like, well, sort of. I know that one's a hard one to explain because it's like, well, that stroke length, I needed to basically turn it into an entirely different type of stroke, so that way it would go back in, but then it has to curve, much like what this other guy does for this motorcycle for like a little pivot thing. But it's like instead of it being pivoting, it's just going to actually rotate as it goes down, like fully, and then this will then rotate up as it goes down, and then it'll go bring it back up. So it's like there's another type of elbow pin to like the crank, and then it'll go up. So full extension, and then it'll do its compression as it goes over, down. So yeah, it's like it's gotta yank it down, kind of, right? Is That's why I talked about it being more like a crank, like a camshaft almost. Yeah. So it's like it's more of an oval kind of shape to it, but it then rotates off of that, right? And it produces a larger actual like stroke for what it's worth because the oval has it like such that as it goes over and then it goes down under and then it sneaks back in and then it goes back up, and so it looks a lot more like a racetrack. Honestly, it's like a curve over, but instead of like a perfect curve, it's more of like a straight linear kind of curve, like an oval, and then it goes down pretty flat, right? And it curves down flat, and it goes back up, and it sneaks in, and it goes back up. So, this is why it's like an axle. There's a crank. Yeah, it's very offset, but what it means is they get like a full duration power stroke with way more power stroke for each one of them, and I'm able to connect them off of a single one of those things that then will work off of a same rotation for that given crank. Even though it's just timed weird. It's kind of like a potato, like an offset, like they're connected, except none of them are connected to the same thing. So like they all have their own spots, but then it's like then I got out the harmonic balancer. That's an oil pump with like a couple of gears. So it's like as it goes down and it needs like the side balance, it'll pump at that point. And then I have this suspension thing that rotates, but it also goes up and down, like Formula One suspension was. And it was like doom for each one of them going off. Instead of parallel, I have a cross plane. I don't know what that is. It's a weird six. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's a weird six. It's like it's literally inline, but it's not a V. There's no V. There's like VR, except like the VR still has a slight V. So like none of that's going on. It is perfectly in every way vertical, straight next to each other to make that work. Yeah, which is like not ever a thing that usually done. But like that's the reason why it's like an axle because it's like well over here the little lobe over here and then the little lobe over here, as it rotates then makes that work because they balance off each other. And so I can totally do that with this elbow pin thingy. And it'll never impact each other. This is great. This totally works. Anyways, but it's all so that way I could compactify the hell out of it. It's like before I was like, this is a 20, this is a huge it's like this is 10 inch, but usually there's like an inch of difference. He's like 10 inches. 10 inches no matter what. And then it's like, look at my crank. My crank's small as fuck. Look at it. I got like it's so small. Look how small my crank is. It's longitudinal. Look at my sixes. I've got 6 freaking cylinders, 10-inch length. Oh yeah, we're fucking. You look at it along the sides and at the top because it's like that's way easier for like a little head, right? And then it's like I've got the pump, I've got all the stuff, and then it's like a cooler. There's like they still along the sides and the front and the rear have this nice little teardroppy along with the heads, like heatsink fin thing that shapes itself very well for the air, which is really cool. I love it. Other people were less impressed, but I don't care because other people were very impressed. So I ended up getting my cooler that I had made back out, and now I was able to use it because it actually got hot enough. Like finally got hot enough. Like they're like next to each other, still using diesel. Crossplane too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pumps. For 360, right? But it's like, yeah. So instead of it being like like that cadence, yeah, no, because it can't do that, right? It has to be very specifically balanced as a crossplane, for what it's worth. And normally they parallel, but it's like mine's like offset specifically in the right places, so that way throughout the length of it, it has, yeah. So it's like 1, and then you probably do like a 3 for you're not going to tell us nope. Yeah, because you have 2 of them right next to each other. So it's like just make that crankshaft with the elbow pin. What's wrong? I don't see what the issue is. Yeah. I had to do a lot of CAD and simulation for that one, but for what it's worth, like people that know a thing or two about engines know exactly what that cadence would be for a crossplane. Is literally what the same is for a standard crossplane inline 6 is instead of a parallel. So it's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But it's really different on that one, considering it's accelerating instead of having a big boom. It's like boom and woo, and it has a stroke, which is only exhaust off to 2 sides. So it's like intake is really only in the center, and then off the both sides, it's like that's where the exhaust is, which has to be equaling into 3 into 1. And I got out my super turbo finally, and that was good. And then yeah, I got out my nitrogen filter, of course. Wait, what? I have my water to air after my so as I have air to air, and it goes into the nitrogen, and then I have water to air with the ram air that goes into the super turbo. And it's like, here's my transmission with all the gears. This is balanced to like 40K. I'm not gonna use this. I did for what it was worth, but it was like, no, not even close. It's more like, and that's all I got. Like that's maxed. So I have 6 of them, which means I have even more torque, which makes no sense to run with anymore. It's like, no, I have this big long distance. It's stupid. Yeah. So I just quietly kind of tended to do things to get different gears. That's basically what that was. Because it's like, well, I have this gear to this axle and this rear and this trend, and I had to change. And I can still stick it, and it's going to be like off to like up, and then I'll go from up top off to like where that belt is to where the pivot area is, and like then I was able to do that to that from vertical from top to bottom, and it's like, okay, this is fucking annoying, but I can do it, you know. I don't want these gears ever. I never get to rev my engine. Literally that. It's more like a, because it is a screamer for what it's worth. It's a screamer. It's a crossplane screamer. So it's like, but more like, because that's a single stroke. So it's more like a, like that. Especially when it's 2 of them that are split off to the side. It's 3 into 1 when I have my little valve things I talk about, but that's like, right, there's like 2 off into the sides, right? And it's like, yeah, because I go from that, the 2 off to the sides towards a single area underneath, goes down like perfectly, kind of like vertical equaling 2 header down, like braided through it. So I have to braid all these fuckers. And I got a big old box of sheet steel, and I was able to go like, all right, so I'm just going to suck out air from that around it. So it's vacuum insulated, but I had to get like a couple of them. So it's just like there's 3 wall vacuum insulated, but then it goes down into the single valve thing, the teardrop valve thing that I use for the turbo, which is like that's where the turbo is, but also the supercharger. Right, so it's like this is the intake, and then it dumps off, and then I bifurcate off at the bottom now with a little plate there because I need it to be supported by something. I have it off to both sides, supported, but also supported by the engine, right? Because it has to be mounted. So then it was like, right, but then I want a plate there because I don't want it to ever get hit. The turbo goes down, it's bad. So it's like I just never want it to be hit, right? And then it's like, all right, so I'm gonna have it come off to the sides because I have a transmission right there. So it was like, I was literally like, there's just off to the sides, just yep, yeah. And then there's some like there's the teardroppy, and then like the football kind of thing, which is like it's an oval. If you're not familiar with American football, it's American football. That ball that has like a couple of them, and I just repurposed it and then kind of shrank down some of the sizes for the tubes, and then it was like, all right, so and sounds really nice for what it was worth. I just hate the gears that I'm at, yeah. Because it's like, well, nothing ever goes above really just 3rd gear practically. I mean, first two, like first will take me all the way up to like fucking 120 miles an hour. I'm not, it's like 150, is it 50? So 100. Breathe. Like literally never take it out of first, like almost ever. You can do it if you want to, although like 8th gear might as well be called you're gonna die. like, no, I'm in the Bonneville South Flats. Okay, have fun. Like, whoosh. Overdrive gears. Holy fuck. Holy Jesus. 450 miles an hour, this motherfucker. Oh, yeah, I never said horsepower or torque. Torque is 650 foot-pounds of torque. As I'm going to get it before with a, whole other. So it's like, well, now I can get the same, but now I have two extra, so I'm even lower brake mean effective pressure than it was before, right? And so I can actually technically get that higher, but it goes all the way up to 40K, which I never do. So it's really more like a screamer up to 30K. Really? Yeah, but like, I really doubt anyone will ever do 30K, even though it's like limited. That's its real RPM limit. Like the real RPM limit is really 30K, even though you can go up to 40 realistically because it is balanced to that. But it's like, you would probably never do it. No, I mean, most people will never go above like 3K for what it's worth. But I routinely don't give a fuck and do it anyways. And that's why I started getting different gears. Because I was like, this is the only way I can get it up to higher RPM. Literally 3,000 RPM is getting scary. I'm already going 90. It's like, holy fuck. I got the 3,500 that time. Really? Yeah, you hit that limit on that gear for sure there, bruh. I saw you wheelie at 90. Me. Meanwhile, our recumbent's still there. It's lean back. All of it's compact, like way less weight. Like, to put it in perspective, it is the opposite of what it was before. It like might have been about that 150. Really, kind of like that's about it. Like total weight for the engine. It is way less than that. Like this total engine weight is about 50 pounds. Like all told, fluid and everything's in it. It's chrome only steel sleeves, sure, but the rest of it's just like kind of some aluminum that we had forged. Instead of billet, we forged aluminum. And I was like, so do you have like this? To the manufacturer. I was like, yeah. I was like, okay. But can you do this with this? I was like, yeah. I was like, all right. Well, I have a mold here. Will you be willing to use it? What? And he's like, yeah. Forged aluminum. And then the steel sleeves basically got placed inside that mold, which is why I had the diamond like carbon be a part of like the don't adhere to the mold stuff. And then it turns into like, as it's getting pressurized, a more polycrystalline diamond like carbon. So it's like multiple of those little things. And then we kind of all honed and bored to like the right 5.5, right micron nano sizes. But it's like, now I've got all my fins. They're real thin paper teardrop-y things. It's like, what the fuck is this mold? I don't know. But thank you. It still costs a decent amount. Oh yeah, that's the reason why I don't have any room for buying gears. I started looking at like any kind of material that would go after my gears. And like these are made out of really hard tool steel. So I don't really have that capability. Started looking pretty much anywhere I could go for gears because it's like this is where I can really, and then I can up to if I go and snake it. It's like I can have the transmission be underneath and sit the engine on top of the transmission like normal, like regular, right? Yeah, but then it's like, yeah, that's effectively a Hayabusa, and they don't sell for cheap. No. So it turned into like the weirdo guy that was just making weird like fucking aluminum plates that I would bend and shit, and then I made my own transmission. I was like, I have bigger gears here. Instead of putting them into a smaller, into another bigger, and all that, it's like now it's time to switch them around. It's like it's hard as fuck to yank these bastards off, and I need to make sure they're still structurally strong as I do that. And I don't want to heat it up too much. So it's like I'm heating up one side, and there's vibration and all this other crud, getting into penetrant lube. So it was like, it's going. Yes! Got him out. I was like trying to rethink all the gears, but then it was like, well, I only need this overdrive. I need fewer gears. I still want 8 gears though. I can't really do 8 gears though. Yeah, no, but that's true. I guess I'm just gonna have like all my large gears as my big gears. It's like it's a 1-to-1 now, and then into these, which I have to switch from that into this gear to that gear, which is the final drive gear, into like the belt, right? So I just did that. A good way to put it was, so air intake at top, but then like this is the crankshaft. Crankshaft actually has the serpentine in the rear, and the gear goes into from the front and through like the crankshaft in the middle, like at Hayabusa. It's like I was looking at it and it was like, well, there's a couple of things. I was like, okay, so, and that's about the most I can do because like that serpentine was a bitch, kind of. I'm being honest. Yeah, but it's like that's perfect because now I have my serpentine for my supercharger, which is like really running off an axle, sort of like gearing change CVT thing, and then I have like the exhaust that goes straight up into the turbine. But it's like no, no, see like no, that goes towards the front actually. Wait, what? Yeah, I have a straight through because remember the hollow part of the axle. Oh, sorry, I didn't talk about that. Well, the axle, the crank is hollow, even though it's perfectly straight in certain areas. Well, all the way through, really. I was able to go make it hollow, and so I was like, well, that'll be stronger. And if I rifle it the right way, it'll be stronger. If I do these little strong straight lines, it'll be even stronger. So I was like, that's less weight, and it's all better, and it's stronger now. So it's like, all right, now it's hollow, and then, but there's an axle here that I can run with. So that's literally what I did. It was like, okay, so this is an hourglass style axle. So it goes wider and it gets thinner in the center, but then it has little ridges that run right there from the widest down to the thinnest part, like fluting, right? Channeling, right? And then I made it hollow again because now it's even stronger and lighter. And now it's a part of like the engine. So it's like, here's all my turbine, right? It's really far away from my engine. I mean, my compressor, right? And it's like my compressor is actually fairly decently far away from where my engine is. And I have the ram air that snakes from underneath the fuel tank, right? That goes down to the compressor, curves in, and it goes up, and then directly over. But it's like, no, because like I actually do need that nitrogen filter, and so it turned into hmm, hmm, hmm. So if I go off to one side and then I do that with the nitrogen filter, then I have to have the air to air right there. So like I'm gonna have the air to air. No, because I have to go all the way over there. I have to have the air to air there, and then I have to go all the way back over to here on the right side. And then that's my nitrogen, and then that's my blow off and all the rest for my, because then the turbine dumps it off to underneath the transmission. I know, right? Like such a weird way to do it, but it's like, oh yeah, no, that totally works. Like I can just do this little like a little fucking flat plate with a little bit of a curve now, and it's like it fits right there. So I have like the two sides and then like bent in. I have 12 inches. So it's like, well, I can carve off like 3 inches. Fuck it. You. And it's like, well, now it's a structural part because, well, I'll have that there. I'm going to have little diffuser heatsink fins there. It'll be attached to the plate. They'll be fine. That cools it off. And then it's going to go off into the rear, underneath where the rear passenger seat is. Well, behind my back, there is no rear passenger. It's just me. It's all me. I wanted to get one. Didn't happen. They have like a nice little rear fender. And so it's like, oh, you know, this is a bunch of little shrouds right here off to that. And then that can curve in underneath the seat down, which I need anyways, and off into the exhaust. And then it's like, right, and then this will spit out into like what is effectively a diffuser from the air coming in, and then the exhaust coming out into that, and they'll mix them, and then coming out to the rear tip. So it works out, right? But all right, so like that goes from that, and I have my blow off, my nitrogen that goes off into the under or behind the exhaust area of the turbine. So instead of into the turbine, it's after to scavenge any remainder of gases in there, okay, and make it a vacuum, makes it more efficient. And I have the valve from like all three from the six into one, so it's like all three have their own individual valves into one that's its own valve that goes into directly into the turbo, the turbine, right? And it's like, well, so it's like the nitrogen then needs to go from this, which is like now from this top part, this is the water to air, and then the water, cooler is at the front, right? It's like this is the water like a supercharger. So it's like this goes into that with a higher amount of oxygen, which then goes into the rails for the injectors, for the air injectors, which are definitely made to order. So I had to build like I made very specific huge air injectors that have like a spinning part but then a solenoid part. So like they'll work off a camshaft that'll spin them, but they'll also have a solenoid that moves them up and down so that they can fire, and so that allows for them to go with the camshaft. And so it pulses and it constantly fires in more air. So it'll pulse in, and as it rotates, then it has this faster air velocity that then goes through the nozzle. But then not fully done yet, because it'll go back up. And as it goes back up, that has a loaded amount of air that it'll try now to go back up and push in, right? And so these are 3 as per standard, and then 1 big boy injector for fuel. Yep. And so those can combine into the cylinder, which is usual, but then they have basically another like chamber, like a rocket exhaust chamber. So I made my 1 stroke rocket exhaust like injector. So it's like it goes off, it burns into that, then it goes through a nozzle, which spreads it effectively over the entire cylinder, to be captured to a degree. So it's like it goes down mostly, but then it like needs to spread and then come off the piston head back up. So that way it has even flow. So I don't like break and overpressure or anything. Yeah. But that's a basic way of doing that, and it was cool enough because the heads had that, worked just fine, and that's just firing it into the chamber, and then it'll eventually, right, like go down as it sucks it in, a little bit of air, and then like, and then a little bit of spark where the little nozzle is, ground electrode, and then it's like the entire way. But you can do compression ignition. For what it's worth, you can do that because I am running diesel. It's really pretty fun to have a little bit of spark. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because I only really need 1 coil pack to be able to do that. At any given time, it's just a relay switch between any one of the 6 cylinders. So that's cool. Yeah, it reduced the weight ridiculously. Like most of it's just really lightweight forged aluminum with like all the right hard, very low friction parts in all the right areas that strengthen it. It is a closed top instead of an open top. It's a closed bottom instead of an open bottom. I have oil squirters where the piston skirts are. All right. And then they also go into the crankshaft, right? And then I have bearing on one side and another, right, with the axle. That's one of the reasons why I made the axle look like that. It's like, this is probably going to experience a decent amount of torque. And I kind of wanted them to be a little stiffer and stronger. And this needs it, and it's only going to have 2 bearing supports. Need to figure this one out. Yeah. So that's really what it turned into. It's like a really strong, stiff sort of shape that works great. The thing is that I have a huge put-in volume, but it's like that allows for lots of valves, like one-way valves that don't stop from the compressor. Like the compressor has its own one-way valve that'll go from that all the way to that point so it's like instead of having turbo flutter, it'll stop after the compressor and it'll just dump it into the exhaust area like normal. But like the rest in that cylinder now is pressurized, right? So, but the nitrogen filter is my blow off valve. So it'll just constantly blow off valve into the exhaust. So it works out though, because it's like always timed between each of the power strokes. It's 4-stroke, yeah, 4-stroke. Although I could do a 1-stroke for what it's worth. It's a 1-stroke technology, which means I only ever need to exhaust. That's it. But like I tend to just try and achieve higher efficiencies with thermals for the gas that I'm using. Yeah. So it's like that's all it is. Hmm. So 28K, huh? Well, it's 30K for this one is max RPM, but uh, again, it's like a 10-inch stroke, which normally you wouldn't do, but it's like as it swings back in, it goes up quite faster, and then it curves back in. Right? Yeah. Mm. Right. Much faster. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Like the main thing with that balance was like the harmonic balancer and everything like really helped out. Like it's a really weird kind of crankshaft with the elbow pins that are there. Yeah. But uh it worked really well. I went from that to like less than 50 pounds all told and making 650 foot-pounds with like all of the torque. But the exhaust now also helps with the, the serpentine and uh, the alternator, so that, and then also directly to the crank. So it's like once it gets through the turbo, or it's at that speed that I needed at, and then it'll do the alternator. So it's like this is the max load that it really needs. It'll then pump it into the crank. Yeah. So it happens to work surprisingly well at increasing torque and horsepower. Like the capture is not insignificant, turned out. No, that one was a weird one. So I have a differential conical gear at the rear of the turbine. So it's like that allows for it to go to the crank in the front, but it's like then it can go from the sides, right, where it's at the front, where it curves in from the front, and then it goes down into that, and then it goes down, directly down, like as is exhaust. So like a differential. So it's like a straight, and then it's conical to a conical gear. Right. Yes. Yeah. So really fun stuff. Um, it was dangerous because it would rev to really ridiculously high RPMs. And now I have a lot of overdrive gears removed to a bunch of really, really small gears. Yeah, it's like, well, not overdrives are small, but really, really big gears that make no sense for most people. But it's like when you're starting out at 500 foot-pounds and then you're going to kick it all the way up to 650 and you're going to go all the way up to 30K on my nice little motorcycle that weighs almost nothing. And it's like, no worries, guys. No! I'm dead. I died. No, you just fell. Did you damage the bike? What about me? Damage the bike. But are you damaged? No. Told you. Did you damage the bike? Because that's really what that turns into for them. Is like I only made a couple, and people bought them. So I made mine, but some people bought the other ones I made. The same thing effectively. It's like, well, I have the mold. And they're like, oh, I like that. Would you make me one? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, this be about this much. Meanwhile, I have a ridiculous engine. 5.5-inch bore. Oh, I should do that. I have a little calculator online that I like using because it's pretty fun. Let me see here. Let's see. So this is 6. All right. So what's 21.2? See here, 21.25 divided by 2, which was 10.625. That's all right. I did have it in my head correctly. I was like, well, I don't know if that's really the truth, but it could be. I was like, all right, so this is going to be 6.625, so 10.62. Go over there. I already have the decimal, so there we go. All right, and then I have 6 cylinders now. I'm gonna calculate. So I have 1,514.59 cc's. Feel like it's like a 4-liter or something. No. Anyways, fun stuff. The transmission is basically a part of the engine at that point. Same thing with the crankshaft. Well, the crankshaft is usually part of the engine. It should be, anyway. just FYI, you know. But it's like all of it's kind of held together very well. It's like a literal, actual, genuine engine block instead of like bolted together and all that. Yeah, so works out really well. Low friction, really good bearings. Oh yeah, no, remember that silicone? The silicone carbide like ceramic bearings? Yeah, yeah, those are my bearings for my crankshaft. Okay, those are my bearings for a crankshaft. They can go really high. So that changes the bearings for the crankshaft. It's not just balancing it, you have to have good bearings. No, I'm well aware of that, actually. But, you know, for what it's worth, the bearings are also different to handle higher RPM and heat and friction and all that, because they're silicone carbide ceramic stuff too for the bearing drills. So I have to have it for them to properly survive for long periods of time, even with the oil and the hollow and all the rest of it that I have to do. Manage to source those though. Yeah. It's like, woohoo, I'm having fun even with my elbow, like, pen thing. It's like, standard forged steel. hollowed out. That I did that though. With their standard forged steel connecting rods. Yeah. It was like I hold them out to be like this, so that way like they're now able to have less weight but more strength in the right areas. And you go, a bunch of freaking dremels. Yeah, oh, same thing with like, oh, what is that? A jewelry maker set? To get in there. Every little teeny amount makes all the difference when it comes down to not having this part shatter. Because otherwise, it would correctly transfer its given weight profile, pressure profile on over to this kind of thing. So it became a whole thing where I had to get in there with everything. Yeah, but it was like, alrighty, super fun because it worked really, really well. It's expensive. Jewelry maker said not that expensive. Bit's not that expensive. In fact, the forged steel connecting rods were more expensive than that stuff. Yeah, the heads were like, so hyper-eutectic, huh? Is hyper-eutectic? Yeah, I'm just gonna coat them in some ceramic that I've got over here, some powder coat, and I'm gonna bake them. And I'm gonna get them sanded down to the right. Like, it's like I need this many compression rings, and I got three, and an oil, and I need it to be shaped like this little domey thing to help it diffuse off and then up. Yep. Yeah. So it's like, and I got the oil squirtlers, which is part of like the whole harmonic balancer and the suspension thing. Mm-hmm. So have to be pretty close, fairly close. Yeah, I know the crankshaft, but they're kind of more part of the engine block area more than anything. Yeah. So it's like those are balancing parts that you have to have. You're going to have them for your crankshaft. Well, now I actually have less weight, but it's slightly more complex, which is okay for me, honestly. Yeah. He was like, well, I need less weight, and I only need it right when I need it. So like two of these and two of this, and there's like no balance issue. I mean, it's a fucking straight six, basically. Why should it have balancing? Yeah, no, but it only has the one crankshaft, which is connected still in six spots. I realized what I said there. Yeah. Yeah. They're not wrong. It's a straight six that is a crossline balanced straight six, but they're right next to each other. So in order to be able to do that, that's why it has such a weird crankshaft. Yeah. It's just like wee. I know. Most people would be like, "Why the fuck? Why the fuck?" Like for real though. Eh, I still managed to use my original I made radiator, but I actually had to get like an actual air to air and water to air, which was boring because I wanted to make those, but then like it was going to cost so much less in time. It made total sense to do. Yeah. No, well, I wanted to get like steel in the heads, but it wasn't worth it. It wasn't in the cards. Mm-mm. Yeah. Well, with the ceramic and well, we had to do the piston squirt stuff to make it less frictiony with the polycrystalline freaking diamond carbon thing. It's like with the mold, but oh yeah, it's like shape it like this. Oh, what is that? So it's gonna go in the mold and we're gonna forge everything. It's six of them. And it's like I only carbon piston squirts at the top and it's bake time. It, set it down, get it really nice and smooth, and you did the right honing level of matron. They have these little offset little points that stick out for where the compression rings are going to go into in the oil ring. So it's like they're like little wave guides, but then they're offset. So it's like this one's over here, and then this is like the M of the McDonald's, and then imagine the M of the McDonald's was slightly moved over. So like one of the M parts, like little bumps, were in between the other two's bumps. That. And it's like the same thing with the compression ring, except the compression ring kind of is, well, it's gapped properly, but then there's another thing like that there. But what it means is it's like only small little contact points exist in those little areas, and those become my own type of ring gap They don't like to go around it. So, like, they'll have to go down, over, and over, down, and all that 3 damn times with the oil ring being there. And then it's like super slick, hard material that only has the right contact points where I need it, which means less friction outright with oil where I need it. So, super fun stuff. That's also another reason why I was like, so for a 1.5 liter engine, I'm getting 650 goddamn foot-pounds of torque that go all the way up to 30K. Which we're just going to do that little calculating thing here real fast. Over here, so I have a little horsepower calculator thing that I use, which is nice. Like little, I don't have to sit down with a pen and paper. So 650, 650. It was like slightly over 650, but low. So I didn't really fucking care that much about it. Like for what it's worth, it's like it's 650. Right. 3,712.9 horsepower. About big gears. Get me out of here. But there's a big gear to like a small gear that goes to a much bigger gear. That's kind of what I ran with for what it was worth. I only have 5 gears total. From 8, I went down to 5. And instead of having overdrive, I have a bunch of really small to very large gears. Well, right. Very large to small to another large to another small to another large to small. Right, yeah. So that way, the opposite of overdrive, you get a bunch of underdrive gears. Literally that, except I do finally get like near the 1-to-1 at 5th. It'll go back down to a 1.25, I think it was, or something like that. Or well, it's so it goes from the crankshaft, which is a 1-to-1, but then it has another gear that will change that gear 1-to-1 to an actual 1.25, and then I have a 1.25, right? But it's really kind of not because of the way that I have to have it with the axle there to do that. And so like this is a given size gear to this given size gear to this given size. So really what it really would be is a 0.75, even though it's a 1.25. But then it's like, God, yeah. Like at 5,000 RPM, it's like, yeah, I'm able to go just fine at speed. Yeah. Everything else is like, this is a 5, this is a 10, this is 20, this is like all these ridiculous sizing of gears. It's like, it's like, I'm going 30 miles an hour. Look at me. I've got like 3,700 RCs. I'm going 30 miles an hour. Right, I want out of this. Why would you do that? I have all the torque in the world. I can pull everything behind me. Literally that, yeah. Holy shit. Is that a fucking generous semi-tron? Yeah. Engaged, yeah. Not really, but because it is a screamer for what it's worth, so it's more like yeah. But like all the stuff I do for all of my resonance, balance, muffling, balance, all that is a big deal to me. Just FYI, because it's like remember that football thing and all that I talked about. Yeah, like that's where the tube going down that curves in where the plate is. So it's like this is a certain size, and it's basically shaped like a funnel. It starts off this size, and it has to get wider, and it has to go straight. then it has to bifurcate upwards, and it has to get flat, and then they have to combine. And then there's like a bunch of little other side tubes effectively, and then some that go towards the front. And so like turns into and then it goes to a higher pitch, which goes to like it really doesn't change it. It's like 30,000 sounds like to then it turns into I know because that's that's the nitrogen blow off too. It helps a lot, yeah. But it doesn't really matter. Most people would be like, it'll never do that. And I'm like, you don't understand destructive wave interferencing and then bang size of pressure wave. This then turns into big, wide, big balloon pressure. That. Which, like, some people do that understand that stuff. Others say, they'll never do that. That's not how it sounds. You're stupid. I'm like, yeah, and I know you are because you're saying that. But I'm not that dumb, so like I'm gonna move off of that. That's effectively all I'm doing. Like the recirculator part, and then like the pushing it all the way forward as it like extends. So it's like I'm bleeding out energy as it expands, and then like I contract a little bit during that, but I'm taking energy out towards the front with nitrogen, and so that turns it into the like a lot more like a rockety thrust roar. Like yeah, which I prefer versus yeah, very well me. It's a big throaty baritone too. Which I prefer, as people tend to not like higher pitch frequencies versus lower pitch roar kind of frequencies. Yeah, it's like you'll feel it from a long way away, but that's mostly reflective for what it's worth. It's like it's so directed with like the little tips that I have, like I talked about with that little horn thing as it goes straight, but then it has like the little right. It's like that goes from a wider toroidal, as I learned about that, with like these little teardrop shapes that are right there, but also in between that then shrink that given size of volume and the distance it has to travel, and it accelerates it to a tip that's actually now inside of that tube instead of like almost exactly where it was. Yeah. And so then it goes to boom. Like it all combines and it has a destructive interference that then widens the sound, but also makes it very directed forward. So it goes, so real big bassy boom, but then there's up to 30K, and then he has to like really reduce a large amount of the sound pressure. Yeah, and heat specifically. A lot of it's about getting rid of heat while it does this, right? Because it's like well, it comes out quite hot. It's not a joke no more. Like before, it wasn't that hot, but it's like there's quite a bit of it, and so it's pretty okay. Now it's like no, it's fairly still damn hot. It's a good thing it goes straight off into a turbine for a turbo, and then then it goes down and basically gets cooled off the entire time until it eventually combines into the rear underneath that, and I get to sit with my nice little recumbent, you know, big old long bars, got a nice rake. It's like, yeah, I can tilt pretty darn well, you know what I mean? Doesn't weigh too much because the engine. Remember the engine that I talked about? I'm gonna, like I'm gonna mount all of the little supportive structures right to it for the cradle and all that. Well, it's kind of the same thing for what it's worth. It's like shrink and finagle. I'm not changing. This was really nice to sit, as I like this position. I like the recliner back position. This is nice. Yeah, is it comfortable? Finagle. Pretty well. It's like I have a tiny subcompact. Yeah, no, but yeah, but like, and nothing else. I actually really never changed it. I literally just stuck the same ones back to the same. Yeah, I really did. For what it's worth, I really did. Yeah, I just got like a tube for pressure around the spring, so that way I have like that as another type of diaphragm. That's literally what it was. It was like, oh yeah, no, like as it compresses and then like it has to go up against air pressure as a spring, and then like this standard shock. But then because I have two, I can get kind of away with it, for the one that's there, right? So yeah, it's like, well, this is the sizing of the thing. Here, reservoir and another one. I'm gonna get another two with a reservoir in some place of this sizing, of course. And then and I can go with this pivoty thing, and that'll mean I can sneak it right there, right where the shocks and springs are for my arm. Yeah. It's smaller. Oh yeah, by far. Yeah, but if I had kept it the same size, I would have been able to have two people on it, but I never did. So I made it smaller, and I did that. Good old two people. My 1.5 liter. 3,000 fucking stupid horses. For like almost $4,000. Yeah! I have it in my tiny little motorcycle. I have a large amount of like I start in fifth gear if I'm ever like trying to rev it. Yeah. So otherwise it's like, it's a 1,000, right? And it's like, yeah, no, I'm totally able to just take off at 1,000. Yeah, it's like just slightly above idle, and it's like, okay. This is literally all I ever need. So it's like fifth gear, huh? Fifth, fifth gear, yeah, is where it's totally fine to just go like, I'm gonna slightly, and it's like because I have 650 fucking foot-pounds, it makes no sense. But it's like if you want to really go on track days, is what it's kind of about. Because I was like, I'm in my next little sport bike. Meanwhile, me and my recumbent, like recliner ass seat position tour cruiser thing. They think I have this huge, long ass rake, but it's like actually it's a decent sized, medium sized rake, you know. And it's like I just have the bars like really low, like they're just strung further back, so that way I can do that I'm doing. And it's like, yeah, yeah, just dunking on people. Think about it. Meanwhile, launching on a corner into a straightaway, just like it's third gear time. Luckily, you're not smoking your tires. That's the big part. Tires still stayed. The old ones, they still lasted, so I didn't really ever care. But what I did was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna use the god levels of torque and horsies to front on people with sports. It's like for what it's worth, I don't weigh as much as you might expect. I'm in the like 350, 450, depending on things, pounds. So it's like here's 300, like third gear, and then it's just like yeah. Let's get up to those 200. Good old fashioned. What the fuck? How many bearings did I can't tell you where I found those bearings. He promised me not to say. I did promise you, yeah. Anyways, the tires were fine. They were balanced to like some ridiculous 300 miles an hour. Even if like I don't know if they ever were built for it, but like still. It was like, wee! Meanwhile, I'm dropped to fourth. I'm not even gonna try. It's just like full on dropped to fourth, and it's dropped to fifth. Full beans, freaking, all of the air and fuel. I've only managed to go like maybe 500 meters at most, like 500 meters on this straightaway, which is like a mile and a half long. And it's like, I'm hitting like 200. I'm not even halfway done. I'm looking at like other people just fucking just terrified. Got great brakes though, for what it's worth. Yeah. But it's like, yeah. It's a good thing I have a nice little saddle there for the recumbent. Instead of it's just a flat seat, I got a nice little round saddle so I can sit on there. And it's got like effectively it's like a heart shape where my legs can go into, and then I've got like a little thing that goes where my inseam, that kind of area, the perineal, and that would be right there. And then I've got like big old, for the hips and the butts, the glutes. So I was like, that was fun to make. There's like a big old saddle I can lean into. And I was like, nope, you're gonna take this hit from me, bitch. Good old lumbar support. Yeah. Meanwhile, it's like I'm so far leaned back. It's like, I think I'm gonna go forward my ass, bitch. And then it's turning, and it's like, look at this guy. He's got a super bike over here. Look at him. He's got a super, and all these fancy electronics. He's got all this fucking shit. Like, fancy electronics. I know. I'm just trying to shit on him. So I'm looking at another person over there with a Hayabusa, and I'm like, oh yeah, nice Hayabusa, bro. I saw you on the straight there, trying to keep up, man. Sure. I'm going down at like near that 300. I'm at like 280, heading into that fucking like the brake zone. And I'm like, I can technically get a little more out of this if I were to do better gearing and had a lot less weight, because I have like no real air shroud, so aero is like not really a thing. It's just to like keep the heat away from the engine and then push it towards the exhaust with a little shroud to make sure. It's like, oh, it's nice to just do this. You know what I mean? So I later went to the track and had an actual shroud. Yeah. For like my air, for my cooling, my engine cooling, and then like aerodynamic around me. And then people did not like me as much because I actually went and got real tires that were meant to go that fast, to 375 to 420. That's what they were rated for miles an hour and balanced for, which is great. They're tiny. they're kind of the worst. Like, I like my look before. You know what I mean? So like, they're not wide like mine. They're not. I like them for what they are in terms of that, but like they're annoying in terms of like the look. They're pretty frustrating in that side. Yeah. I'm trying to get the right size. Yeah, no, yeah. They don't make them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not their fault for trying to, like, they don't make this. Like, for what it's worth. Like, it's really hard to find, tires that are rated for ridiculous speeds. So, that's what it turned into for me. And everyone else that was, like, kind of the ones trying to buy the engine at that point. Well, the motorcycle and engine, because it's a whole package. He was like, no, you will buy this. The whole thing. Meanwhile, they actually got real tires that were really made for that versus my originals, which I like the look of more personally. But then, like, this is what they have. And these were never meant for that. So, like, this is kind of what you're going to get. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, anyway, I'm on track going fucking fast. I'm like, holy shit, that aerodynamic shit really pays off. Not to mention the right gear. For real though. Yeah, it's like, well, all of this is effectively a bunch of reduction gears until the very fifth one. It's like fourth is like just the smallest amount of reduction, which still is a reduction. Really? Yeah, from so it's what was it? Fucking hell. Uh, it was a 2.25 reduction versus others which were way higher reduction. Yeah. And then it's like, here's 0.75. I have 650. Yeah, but like you say that like it means nothing though. Like 2.25 to like it's like you have 4 gears, you have cruise gear. Like you didn't get nothing else. I need to work on that transmission. You're right. Yeah. So it's not really meant for that. It's really meant for touring and just having fun. Right? Yeah. But it's like so for 2.25, I came in at third. So it was like I'm as high RPM and I dropped down to fourth. It was like 2.25, and I'm gonna launch from that comparatively to its like point. I think it was like 675 or 725 or something like that. So it's like it's like you've got all the torque. Let's go. We're just gonna rev it up. Exactly, that's what that is. And boy, do we get far. I got up to 350, or a little bit fast, 351 miles an hour on the end of that straightaway. It's like he's got like the extra lean. He's got the helmet and everything. He's got the pegs for the rear to lean forward more. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. He's got the suit and everything, and I'm just like trying to hang on to this fucker. Yeah. No, I got the pivoting suspension by that point. That one was nice. Where I was like, oh yeah, as it loads up here, it's gonna try and take like that over to the front, which means I was able to hit those gears better because it wouldn't try and lift that front end in a way that made it dangerous, which was nice. Yeah, I do have a little bit for where the brake discs are and the ducting around it, so I can cool them when it become slight like little uh, downforce along with the fender and then the shrouds. So like I have downforce for the front and rear fender area. Yeah, I don't have any like actual plates, although they are diffusers for its worth. Yeah, it's like I got downforce now. It's like, these gears are ridiculous. I might have started in fifth if I could have. Yeah. It's like, no, no, no. Like, tell me more about if you could have. I can't go through that corner. In fourth, there's no cornering that in fourth. It's like, no, no, no. Tell me. It's like it's only third practically most of the way. Yeah, I will literally almost only ever get down to second briefly on a hairpin that is only there for a brief amount of time. It really is like that. It's like, yeah, third, second, you know what I mean? And it's trying to hang on to that fucker is rough. Yeah, no, but 350 on mile power is ridiculous. Oh yeah, it was fun. Really? Yeah, it's an ego problem. I was like, I built that. I built that all myself. This is my motorcycle. I custom made everything. I went 351 miles an hour. I made my transmission. I put those gears together. I did this. I know, I know, I get it. After a certain point, you start getting that point. Yeah. Oh, fuck, yeah. Just ridiculous. Ridiculous, actually. Yeah, I know, because he's like that close. It's like 5.5, and then 10.75, or 10.6765, right? And it's like, that's bore, but diameter is like this amount, right? But then it's like, this is ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. It was pretty ridiculous. Yeah. It's still just a cruiser. Like for what it's worth, it's like a reclining cruiser tour thing. It doesn't really make much sense because I have to take all of those shrouds off. For what it's worth. Yeah, not because they're illegal, street illegal or any of that. Like they work on that side. It's more about the fact that it's like I don't need that level of drag, so I just go, super or downforce for that matter. I just go super like teardroppy shape. So it's like, yeah, my trailer, and I got a big old saddlebag combo. The big old trunk, and then here, and there's like, this. It's actually connected at the front, which is like the weirdest part. So it's like there's another part of that pivot system and yeah, that's a part of it. Yeah, so it's like it's angle and it's actually for the little suspension curve up. Yeah, for the front. Yeah, or just it's not on the forks, but like where the forks connect. That's where the saddlebag hangs off. Yeah, with an internal like little cable system. So it's like where the handlebars are, and so like this is where kind of where your feet would be. It's like then there's a little suspension that goes down, a little bit angled, and then we have like a little pulley system that goes through it, and it stays up at the top, and then it'll snake up, and then it has this little pivot point from the other cable all the way at the rear that, yeah, it's hidden. Like a lot of it's hidden. You can still find it if you know what you're doing, but it's like it's hidden underneath, and then it's like this is the pivot point for that then hangs the very end off tip. So like a suspension bridge, but then like this is where all the weight really would be concentrated for all of that in the rear. So it's like wee. Yay! I know it's not though. I don't care if it's in the rear. You don't know how suspension works. You don't know how. I'm gonna get you one day there, kid. Like, don't get me wrong. There's a decent amount of weight in the rear, but it's like you really don't notice it because it's all hanging off the front. Yeah. I know. Have you? No, because tell me how the fuck that works. There's a cross point for the suspension points at the top, along with this. There's suspension cables. I just told you that. Yeah, no, I know, but like, it's okay. Yeah, no, it's the same thing where it's like there's the ruler, there's the little tiny nail, and then there's the hammer with the string or like rubber band, whatever. Right, and it's like that allows for you to stick it that far out, but like all the weight's actually here. Now, when you turn though, you're gonna have to feel that, but when you're in like direction of travel that you're usually traveling, you're not gonna feel any of it. It's very even weight distribution, and you can launch pretty hard from that because it like pivots that point over to where the other pivot for the rear is, and like all pretty much is there. It's like you go so fast. Yeah, yeah, it's a little dangerous, but then like for the rear, it's like you don't feel it as much until like you really try and turn like a circle turn instead of like you lean. You know what I mean? Like you don't feel it when you lean at all. Like no. But then it's like if you want to actually turn with the handlebar, it's like yeah, no, you'll feel it on the opposite end. Try and swing out, which is a bit rough. So it's like you have to learn how to lean turn better than like use the handlebar turn. Although at slow speeds it's kind of fine because like well it's not that big of a deal. No, if anything it helps you get the rear end out a little bit. I do like your tires though. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, no, they're like rectangle key shapes. So like they're like little trapezoids. Yeah, they go down and then like they're all within line of each other, and then they're slightly offset for like to help push water off to the sides, and then I have like this other ones on the sidewall, big chunga sidewall, 5-inch sidewall. Makes no sense for others. To me, it's like, yeah, no, this makes sense. This makes sense. Yeah, it's like it's softer, way softer. Yeah, way softer, way nicer. I can run way lower pressures. These are not super knobbly. Like they're actually like yeah, yeah, like they're there, but it's like they're not really there. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's slightly extended at the rear over as a little overhang, so it'll like just basically allow for that next one coming up to just be right there. Uh, but it's all to evacuate like gravel, mud, water, rain, any of it. Yeah, oil. Yeah, sure. Yeah, oil, but try not driving it. Try not to drive into oil. Yeah. Yeah. No, but yeah, no, they're even sizes. So rear and front is like so. This is a 7-inch rear as a 7-inch front, or width, right? Total wide part. And it's like this is a 22-inch front, 22-inch rear. It's a 18, I think a 16 or 18-inch rim for front and rear too. They're big fuckers. Well, it makes total sense to do that because of like the ridiculous level of torque and the gears I used to have. Yeah, so it was like, oh, this makes sense. Yeah, no, this is fine. Like honestly, this is like a little bit of an off-road, but it's a non-road off-road kind of tire, you know. So it like works out. And then I got decent lean, both sides, good grip, you know. It's just a really fun, like all-rounder. You know what I mean? You can change out the tires for track, which you should do probably. But I mostly just use it for like regular road use. Sure, it doesn't have maximum traction, but I don't really care that much. I'm fine with it. And it doesn't have a big drone, that kind of thing. It's more like a constant regular tire because of that little overhang, right? But then when I want to go off road a little, because I want to go camp, then I have the ability to do that without being stupendously afraid, especially with those little diffusers. It's like, well, this is a different plate that'll just, bolt on. It's literally that. It's like, it's normally just got like the regular little tiny diffusers that are just heat sinks. Yeah. And then the other one is like, no, 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 we're going all out. We're going to do it. Yeah. We're getting the down forces. Otherwise, it's like, nah, I'm just gonna like do my regular thing. Yeah. So good times for what it's worth, but it was also like a work to get there. Because by the time I got there to the track, it was like, so how much for that one that you have? Nope, that's the original. That's mine. But I'll definitely make you one. Like what is it? American Choppers, right? Like is a type of thing like that. Except instead of being like fully custom, this is like this is what you're getting. No hinder buts. I was finally able to source someone willing to make the tire tread combo that I was looking for. And then it was like, oh, off to the races. Like, hey guys, you want to buy some tires? We got this, and the website and all that. Meanwhile, it's like it's a big fat fucking bike. Well, the tires are, yeah. But otherwise, like the rest of it's effectively as small. It's like it's a fucking 15-gallon tank, sure, but it's like you basically sit where like you're inside of the tires now. You know what I mean? Like, and you're leaned forward, nice little big, just relaxing chug along. Except, fuck chug along. It's to that all told, people just bought it purely for the fucking engine. Like for what it is worth, like, it's a solid 25K all day motorcycle. Yeah, like that I had to sell it at because I had to do all of that instead of like make a whole bunch of, and then it's like over time I'd make that money back. It was like, no, 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 I need to make money now because I don't have in any way resources. So it's like I have to do that. Yeah. So then it turns into, well, okay, so but I'm gonna do it for the engine, like 25K for a fucking 37 horsepower engine, 3700 horsepower, 3700 horsepower. That's fine, man. That's cheap as fuck. They're not wrong though. It got used in a lot of drag racing strips. Yeah, yeah. I was like, what is this? Oh, hey, that's my engine. That sounds exactly like my engine. He's doing like a fucking 5 today. And I was like, damn. This has started in 5th. I probably. I mean, like you run higher pressures for what it is worth, but like still, you burn that in. It's not really meant for like it's meant for like long lasting. You can do 30K pretty much all damn day, and have all the transmission, all of it. Which I have to change those gear ratios and everything. So it's like first we'll get you all the way up to 30. Although you really probably shouldn't do it. The sound is nasty. Yeah. You know what I mean? Right, except it's the roar, right? But it's like first to 8th is what we have, and I have all of that. So it's like it'll go all the way up to gearing wise, it's geared for this. So if you were so inclined, 590 miles an hour geared for. I doubt you'll ever do it, but like have fun, First is from 1 mile an hour to 30. 30 second is from 30 to 120 because like that's engine stuff. Third can go from like 40 to like ridiculous. Yeah, so like it starts getting stupider and stupider. It's like third is already going to go up to 200. Fourth gets to 300. Fifth gets to higher 300. Sixth gets to finally the 400. Fifth, sixth or seventh goes from 400 to 500, and then fifth or eighth is now the full end point. Yeah, which is like it can go from for eighth, it can do it at like 60 miles an hour for a regular engine, and it's an overdrive. That's a super overdrive that allows for you to like just use all of that torque, right? And you don't really need to go very high in RPM to do it. To go up to that 65, 80 miles an hour, like you'll just, and it has an insane throttle response still. 8th gear might as well be called like, you thought that you wouldn't be able to get the engine to go. And it's like, oh, fuck, fell on my ass. Yeah, that's why the helmet helps. Yeah, and the headrest helps out too. Yeah, it's not just like a back. Like there's a genuine headrest there that tends to help keep you. It's a little bit curved for what it's worth, but it's like it's to help keep it so that way like everything's nice and support. You got nice lumbar support. It's got like little speakers. You got like the the heated seats if you need it, or cooled seats if you need it. And it has slight AC for what it's worth. It's really running off of a vortex ram air principle. Okay, so it's like as it goes and rams it in, it'll vortex it one side hot, the other side cold. So you have to be traveling to be able to get that. But you can get around it with the nitrogen and a water to air that I have that has a phase change. It's a low pressure water that will then phase change off, right? Because it absorbs or exchanges a lot more heat, that kind of thing. But you rarely ever need it, but for what it's worth, it's nice because it's like right there with the saddle, and then there's this the tank and the fork area where the little gauge cluster is. It has that, and they'll combine together. And it's like, oh, that's really fucking hell, great sound too. Love the sound. Yeah. For what it's worth, it's like you either have speakers or you can run with a helmet that we have has speakers in it. So, right, but it's like pass through. So you can hear outside, inside, but then it'll also give you sound from Bluetooth. It's like it has Bluetooth in the headrest area of the seat. Sounds like it's a lot less dangerous. No, no, there's no seatbelt. There's no uh, air, the airbag thing. Um, so we definitely recommend all the safety equipment you can have. Yeah. It's only like 350 pounds. Well, I mean, that one, yes. This one's more like 420. It's 420.69 pounds because you guessed it, memes. It's literally 420.69 pounds. It's on the spec sheet every time. Uh, the memes are always great here. I love the memes. That, yeah, some people didn't like the requirement thing. I never changed that. I did add a second seat though. Really? Yep. 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 Yeah. You basically sit right, like squish kind of a little bit. Yeah. Like if you're a bigger woman or man, you're not fitting in the second seat. Not like you're tall. I mean like you're obese. You're not going to be able to do it. But what it means is like you can sit right behind whoever the driver is, and you still have room, and it doesn't feel too claustrophobic. But like you're basically where the saddlebag area was, and it's another suspension style to the front. Yeah, I got rid of the cables for vacuum suspension. So it's like there's a vacuum, there's a pressure here, and like that's the suspension. Obese people are near, well, super morbidly obese, you're fucked. Or morbidly obese, you're fucked. You're not getting in it. You wouldn't be the driver, you wouldn't be the passenger. None of it. If you're obese, like depending on how far you can get in for the passenger, you're definitely still able to ride. But like you should really kind of lose weight. Yeah. Like Eddie the Beast Hall would be able to be on this. He's a 6'4" guy, 350. He'd be able to do it just fine. But like a 7'2", like 450-pound guy would have a little bit more trouble. 7'2" is still able to be done. You are going to have your feet need to have like the foot pedal extender things. Yeah. Right, for what that is. I'm fine on it. I'm a 6'4" guy, so it's like, well, I made it for me and a little bit higher, in terms of in height, and about 5'7" is the lowest that goes. 5.6 though? I mean, there's like little pegs on the thing for a 5.6. Yeah. For an inch or two. Yeah. There aren't much in terms of seating position changes. It does slide up a little bit, it slides down a little bit. You can tilt forward a little bit, backwards a little bit, but not much. Mm-mm. So it's like you're not really going to get a lot out of that. I'm a little too big for this. A little. I never sold anything other than that. The one in the two-seater. Yeah, so I'm sorry. I guess you're just not going to be able to do that. I do have a subcompact, though, that's an all-wheel drive that is fully able to handle 7'5" people. But they're pretty rare, so I really doubt that it's about that. But, like, you know, it's all-wheel drive. Oh, yeah, full all-wheel drive. Big, like, whale teardroppy shape thing. Yeah. It's subcompact, though, which is nice. But it's like, it's genuinely all-wheel drive, yeah. No, it has the same engine. I never changed it. Yeah, it was never necessary. Why the hell would you give someone like a 30,700 horsepower engine in a subcompact? So you know it has a roll cage. It's got like all the stuff that makes it legal for you to be everywhere on any track. He's got decent sized tires on this. They're a little further forward and further back of the rear. So that way, like their angle, like the little curve, sits in front of the bumper or behind the bumper, right? And it's slightly wider than the egg in the center, whale shape kind of thing. It's more whale, yeah. Whale teardrop egg thing, yeah. Why? It has all the mechanical grip. It even has like a downforce at the bottom versus at the top, where it like has more pressure from boundary layer versus lower pressure at the bottom. Because it's meant to be a track car. Why with the? Because it forces air underneath at the bottom and separate at the top. And same thing with the rear, where it'll force it from the sides and the bottom back into like the teardrop area. But also, it's great off-roading because you can get rid of the diffuser, make it a little smaller with a skid plate. It's sold together with it, but then people rarely ever change it because you do actually have like a literal foot of clearance. Although like that's diffusers. So it's like you get rid of that, then you have a foot of clearance that doesn't have like more like a 10.5 to 11, something like that, depending on what you're gonna do, your tires and so on, for pressures and whatnot. Yeah. So it's like, I could go up a fucking mountain. It's not a joke. It's you sit inside of this thing and it's just like, Jesus fuck, you can go for vertical wall. So it's just, yeah, because it's far enough forward that if it's as long as there's enough curve there, like you can go up because the wheel will hit it and then it'll articulate enough because it's independent everywhere and it's torque vectoring everywhere and it can lock if you want it. And so like genuinely, and not vertical, but like a fucking cliff wall will be something you can go up. So it's like, woohoo, my little subcompact with 37 fucking hundred horsepower with 650 foot-pounds of torque. So, keep forgetting about that stupid ridiculousness. Nah, no, it's fine. It's cool. Oh, like there's like a little fire right here. Like it was like nobody's talking about it. It's like that's probably quite big, but still. Hey, with air cooling. Yeah. The fuel also helps cool it. That is true. I know that. Yeah. Yeah. So, but now here's the subcompact. It has 2 people that you can put into it and a big, huge trunk. Well, boot trunk thing, it's like to store anything for what it's worth. You can put 2 full Eddie the Beast holes inside of the trunk. The standard form of American measurement. Just compare it to something else. Yeah. 2 full Eddie the Beast holes. All told, all of them, yeah. Wait, what? You got the 1, and that's like 1.5, and then you have a half of that over in the rear. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to do sliding doors. It's more of a, no. No. I hear you over there. It's got a curved shape, so I can't do that. You see what they look like on airplanes? Right. So then it slides slightly, and then it basically tilts open. And then it's going to slide more. Nope. Wait, what? Nope, it separates in half. So it's like you pop it open, it slides back, and then slide, yeah, and then it's like it's going to separate in half. It's going to open up a little bit and then separate in half. Oh. It has quite a few cool features because of that. That means I can make the roll cage a part of the entire structure. It's a tube frame, but then not fully tube frame. Right, yeah. Makes it really simple to put together. Yeah, it's like, no, because it's really easy. You just slide it forward from the middle when you're sitting down, and it just latches down. Yeah, it's like, yeah, chunk. It's like the whip action. It's like chunk, chunk. Well, I managed to get a vehicle though from the guy. I do think about them. Super the more related beast. Yeah, well, for what it's worth, they were over 500 pounds. They can fit in it. They're 6 foot tall, so that's what that was. They fit in it, and it gets me going really fast. That's true. So there's that. Bruh, with the stupid levels of horsepower and torque. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's safe. It's safe. It's safe. It's safe. Everybody can run. Subcompact. Everybody can do. It's got wonderful 5-point harnesses. It's got airbags everywhere. Lots of crash structures. It's got a tube frame roll cage thing. Right? It's safe. It's got a really good bunch of gears, like big gear reductions, but then also but you know what I mean? Like I don't really want you going above 200 miles an hour. So that's the solid where you're gonna stop. Gear limited. Full out 28K. Last gear, it's going to get you to 200. And I really doubt you'll do that considering you have rolling resistance and air drag. So, have fun with that. Yeah. I have all of the horsepower ever. There's no way I wouldn't get to it. You have 200. Really. I mean, 2,000, really. Your RPM to try and do it if you got it. All told, is geared for this engine with its power it can do to be able to get that far at 28K in its final gear. Yeah. So it's like, that's like in a vacuum, right? A higher altitude. It's Denver, Colorado. Good old Denver. Zero. I'll just go up to 30K. Yeah, I mean, he's able to do that, for what's worth. There is an over limit, or over rev limit, which the real rev limit is 30, I think, 5K. So, yeah. Wait, what? It's like is it 35? There's like, you see the red line right there. It just keeps, it goes in, but, you know what I mean? Yeah. 5,000? Yeah. Should really be switching well before that, for what it's worth. Yeah, I would never take it. That's 5,000 RPM. Yeah, that's good enough. Hey, for what it's worth, yeah, no, it is. Because it's like 650 fucking foot-pounds of torque at a ridiculously 5 RPM engine. Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, oh, so what does that really mean? And it turns into basically bullshit. Like literally, it's like, no, let me just do the basic bitch like engine calculations on the or the power calculations because it maintains it. It really actually does just maintain it with my injector technology. So 5K. This is 618 horses. And it's like, no, you're going to be fine. It's going to be fine. There's no issues. No issues. You can handle 650 horsepowers right now. Right now, like you could just go off and do that. So like, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just no, please no. I'm like, I'm just cruising down the road with my bang, 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 just to fuck with people. Like it came back, yeah. I was like, I'm gonna make this even lighter. I'm gonna make it. And it's like, you know what? Instead, it's only 10 inches, but it's gonna be an opposed piston 3-cylinder. All right, sorry, no, two-cylinder, but 3 combustion chamber per cylinder. And so it's like bang, 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 bang came back with my fucking ginormosity of a transmission, which isn't really a ginormosity of a transmission, but still it's like it's big overdrive gears. Yeah. So it's like wee bang, 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 bang. I'm traveling right next to someone doing 80 while they're just hearing like bang, 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 bang. I thought it was boom. Yeah, well, this one turned out as a bang more than anything because of the super turbo I have with the nitrogen. So it's like this, and then it fills in, but it's a 4-stroke, like the single stroke or the single cylinder technology with like the girdle and then like the bottomers. So like the bottomers have to be there. So it's like the nitrogen, all of that. So it's like bang, 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 bang. But for what it's worth, I am testing different muffler, all that, because the boom was what people really like for the war drum, and I'm trying to turn it into boom, 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 boom. Right now it's bang, bang, bang. But yeah, good old family sedan as I'm going bang, 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 bang. It just goes out to the side. It's not even a joke. I'm such a dick about it because it's a big, wide kind of like horn diffusal tube system off to the sides that aims it down at the fucking ground and then also off to the sides, like pure 180 horizontal, but then like everything in between as well. So it's like this is a bunch of equaling 2 headers that do exactly that for the diffusal. from off of the, yeah, just like bang, bang, bang. You can't not hear it. Good old phasing, effectively. So it's a bunch of phasor arrays that like hit together and then constructively interfere into a much longer, but so it's like it's longer, wider, but so it has a lot less energy, just FYI. But yeah. Yeah, except for the fact that it's over a much larger area and it constructively interfered into a big bang, boom, much tighter pressure wave versus a much more elongated pressure wave. Yeah, I'm trying to work on it to make it so that way it gets me my boom, 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 boom. Right, the boom, boom, boom. I'm almost there for what it's worth. I know. Boom, 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 boom. Stupid bullshit. Yeah, a little, because like before it was 100 RPM. This is no 100 RPM. I tell you, this is very low RPM. It's literally the cadence of a motor, like an actual bicycle. So it's like 25 RPM is what that is. Like bang, bang, bang. You know what I mean? Instead of it being four, because I have three combustion chambers and I have then the exhaust from the nitrogen, it is literally like super low RPM. It comes out sounding like it's a way higher RPM. It's stupid mostly because once you get going, this is what you get. Like you're repelled, and there's nothing you're gonna be able to do about it. It's like hit that clutch, yeah, okay, brake, clutch brake, yeah, bang. It's all you can do. It's like that big long stroke is back. Yeah, no, like for real. But right. So it's 10, but it's like it's two because I have two for the post piston center and outside. 650, 1,000 foot-pounds, actually. Why? Because I wanted bigger bangs. I wanted more bangy bangs to go whoosh. Literally, is all it was. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, all you see is a person just accelerating so fast. It's like, I didn't even change my freaking RPM. It's still bang, bang. He just raced away from it. This is bullshit. And I'm used to people going, wee, and then they get going. He's just like, bang, bang, and then he's just continuing. And you're like, and he's still going. On dives. Yeah. Got my freaking big old sedan. Bang, 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 bang. Just going for it. Well, in this instance, it was boom, 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 boom. Super fun stuff, though. Not in the least would be about the fact that I ended up being able to do that in such a way that made very little actual amount of fuel used, which was really nice. 1,000 foot-pounds, right? And it's like, man, what the fuck, right? Yeah, yeah. Still 1 liter, 1 full liter, still the same thing basically, but like better materials and all that, much lighter weight. Yeah, yeah. And then I have to get like the opposed pistons. It's like, well, the only way I'm getting the fucking thing to fucking fit this bastard is if I have it towards the center. Yeah, it's like I get the rotating ring valves out and all that for the exhausts, but it's all single injector. But then it's like, right, and then I have to blow off valve into it. If you watch the single cylinder, balanced single cylinder video I have, please, go into my like and subscribe, by the way. just FYI, please do that. But like, do that also for all the other stuff. That if you go look at my video section, which I'm not going to annotate, I'm not going to do any of it, but you can do it. It's effectively that with the bottomer and this whole other like thing. It's like you have the head and then you have a bottom, and it's like the very your feet is really what your crank and your crankcase is. It's like headers are this, and then bottomers make sense for that, right? So like that's your kind of stuff. But it's like you can only go so far with three. Like you can only get three combustion chambers. You know what I mean? So if you want the exhaust to go into the center to something else as it'll expand. So it's like there's a way to balance it because I only have the two parallels to make that work with a 10.65 inch, you know what I mean? But it's really 21.25 stroke from both of them. It has a lot more balance because it's still four stroke. So it'll go out from that towards another side that's trying to ultimately go inwards while it's trying to compress, right? And like then it's offset for its crank to allow for that. So that way it's like a cross lane. So 1, 2, 3, 4 total. But then I also have the nitrogen in the in-betweens to when it's doing the one of the sides doesn't have any exhaust, and so nitrogen fills that in after it takes air out of the crankcase, the heads, and the bottoms, or this side's the sides. Yeah. Right, and then it's like, here's some nitrogen for you to really fill up that space, and then it goes and expands for its combustion phase, the power stroke, and it goes off into the turbine for the super turbo. Yeah, really super fun stuff in that instance. So it's like I get the exhaust, and then I get the nitrogen for each combustion, but then also the exhaust as well because it's a four-stroke. So it's like intake, right, and then like that's exhaust as it goes, or from intake, trying to take the intake in, right, exhaust comes out. It starts coming out before intake really starts happening, standard stuff, right, but then it goes down, and then it's like, all right, but then as it goes up, it's sealed, right, and then we take the crankcase vent and the header vent, then it's like, here's some nitrogen to fill that up. So nice little way of getting around some of the vacuum problems that can start happening. So it's like, all right, I got nitrogen, I got exhaust, and it's all about timing. With the offset, like I have 4 combustion zones versus just the 2, right? Woo! The only issue was there's 1,000 foot-pounds with a 4-stroke, inline 4 practically. Yeah, oh yeah. Still, it doesn't ever really actually go very high RPM. It's bang, bang, bang for a reason. So the pressures are quite a bit higher now. It's like I went as high as I really could for what it was worth. Not really. It says here you can get 1,500. It's true, but I'm not going to go ever near that. I'm literally never going to say, wee. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, no, it's not just the center. The outsides are also combustion zones. Just FYI. That's also another reason why it has that kind of a cadence. So it's like bang, and then it's like right for exhaust, but the exhaust has another one that goes off to the other cylinders, right? And it can go either towards the center or the outsides, depending on where it's at in its rotation on a 360. So, because some people are like, it's only in the center. It's like that's a rotating ring valve and the injector thing that I talk about. So it's like as the ring valve, goes around and then just has exhaust, which is all I need. So there's that. Because I can just push in fuel as it, expands for its intake with a little bit of air. And how do you do that? He's already explained all of that earlier in this video. So as a result, There you go. Suck it. Suck my big old balls of fucking intelligence. Look at my wing of intelligence. So, I mean, yeah. I had fun with that one. Yeah. But, anyways, that's kind of the end of that one because, like, that's how far I actually took that. It's like I liked the war drum beat and then doing a bunch of overdrive gears with just ridiculous torques. Like when you start up at 100 and then you order of magnitude it to 1,000. It's like you think it's not going to mean much, but then it's like, no, actually, it means a lot. Like 50, like or 10, like foot-pounds of torque, right? And then to 100 is an order of magnitude, right? But it's like, no, no. But if I go really, really fast RPM, like it's like I have an order of magnitude, right? It's like this 10 foot-pounds at like let's say it was 100 RPM. Then if I got all the way up to for 10 to get to 1,000 or 100, sorry, I have to multiply that into 10. So 100 now becomes 1,000, right? And they usually can push higher RPMs to be able to get more work energy out, but you spend a lot more fuel. And there's a lot more friction, there's a lot more wear, and there's a lot more stuff going on. So it's like if you're able to make that to 100 immediately from 1 RPM, all of a sudden you use a bunch of overdrive gears and you get everything just fine, right? Things last a lot longer. Makes a lot more sense. It's a lot more efficient. But then it's like from 100 to 1,000 is like a ridiculous amount of difference. You know what I mean? But it's like all pressure. It's like, no, no, no. If you're willing to spin for that 10 little foot-pounds of torque and all the way up to that 30,000 RPM of fuel to get there and all that, it's like, you know what? I can do the same thing and I can get 1,000. Now I'm going to be doing it differently as a result, right? But that means overdrive gears work just fine, and I can get a lot further with a lot more efficiency with the opposed piston that I have, and the injector technology I have, and the nitrogen injection with the valves during the right timing for the 4-stroke cycle, which is actually a Lemke cycle. See, like that's an actual Lemke cycle. I had never really stated it, but it's a Lemke cycle because no one does that. There are no, oh, there's a bottomer and we'll just inject nitrogen air into the bottom. Yeah, there's no, like, man, I'm going to have exhaust recycle to the bottom, but we do have that maybe for the top, right? So it's like, depending on what we're doing, some of them might actually be able to get to the bottom, but I've never heard anyone actually do that, just as an FYI. But like if they do, there you go. But it's like now it's a Lemke cycle instead of an Atkins, instead of a Brayton, instead of any of this. Lemke cycle is what that is. Especially because I have a super turbo with a bunch of one-way valves and blow-off valves, specifically with a nitrogen filter, all to make this perform basically like a rocket engine because of the single-stroke injector technology that we've got that turns it into a 4-stroke with that versus a single stroke. It's like it just blows in air and fuel already burning. So I never need an intake, but it's like I do it specifically for efficiency. Efficiency is paramount. Urgh. Especially when I have a super turbo. So like that compressor does work for filtering out nitrogen, and then that also gets put into itself as a blast of hot air, which is the nitrogen having cooled the cylinder after the fuel also helps cool the cylinder and then burns with extra air. And then eventually I'll add a little bit of extra fuel, depending on how it goes, to have like the vaporization occur, right? Which, again, not done. Like legitimately it's done for like ethanol and so on, but it's not really done at all like that for any of our cycles, for engine cycles. So it's a Lemke cycle engine. which is my last name. So there you go. It's like, no, this is someone else. My boy, my boy. No, this is me. This me. Suck it up, bitch. Bang, 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 bang. We have to go a normal amount of speed, don't we? Yeah, oh no, it's geared for that. Like, for what it's worth, it's not geared for more than 150 miles an hour. What? Yeah, no. But it's a tour. Wait, what? Yeah, it's a tour. Yeah, no, it's like I got saddlebags, I got a second seat. It has a trailer hitch, comes with a trailer. It's 35K. What was that like subcompact worth? 30K as well. Yeah, okay. So there's that. But this is a big chunkers. It's a bit longer. It has a longer rake, a wider tire, more lean, big chongo energy. It's not like before where I was like, this is kind of like thin and small and light for what it's worth, versus this, which is like, this is a 600 fucking pound motorcycle, even though it's not from the engine or much of the transmission. It's really just, apparently people wanted the shrouds the way more because it was like, well, it came out as only about a 420.69 pound vehicle. With different shaped shrouds and whatnot. They're like, I want a 500 pound. People that got the first round, they got that one. They're like, boom, boom, the firing off their side. Yeah. No, but see, it's the decibel range, right? Totally fine. Everything's fine. Doesn't burn any of the atmosphere, which is great. But it's blasting it right into your face. Boom, boom, boom. Like, you can't get away from it. It's like the ground shakes, the vehicles shake. You're gonna hear it no matter what. In front of you, you're gonna hear it. In the rear, you're gonna hear it. Everyone's hearing it. No matter what, like, that's what it was for, really. It's like, I want those exhaust headers and everything, huh? It's like, no, I don't sell them. Sorry, it's only in that $35,000 motorcycle that you can buy them. Oh, all right. Well, I bought it. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Are you sure that's only like 65 dB? It's yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, no, I tested it. It's right there in the pipe, practically testing it. Boom, boom. It just travels forever. I swear, I hear it from way the fuck over there. It's 5 miles away. I'm hearing this motherfucker fucking come down the freeway. And it's boom, boom. War drum comes up. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, you ready to work today, huh? That's fine. I get you. You're just jealous anyways, and you don't get a boom, boom war drum. It's true, honestly. I do want that. It is 1,000 foot-pounds of torque is rated for. Meanwhile, testing the engine. Boom, boom. 1,000 foot-pounds was achieved. Ah! Fun times though, pros, where it weighs like next to nothing. How do you make the shrouds so heavy? And then they're basically like sheet aluminum. Like, it's not even like, I had to put like steel bits and sheet aluminum, and there's other tubes that I had to get out, like instead of the vacuum thing that I had, it's like all of a sudden there's actual fucking steel cable. Yeah. They're like, yeah, I want it way more. And then there's that package that weighs more, and they're like, this cheaper package that's only 18K that has all the not that stuff going on with vacuums and like regular, plastic, multi-form kind of things of like composite material, so that way it's way stronger, way lighter kind of stuff. Weighs just a coach, a hair over 350, all filled up. Well, I've got my 500. Boom, boom, boom. This person, boom, boom, boom. Traveling faster than them already. Yeah. Well, I had to pay less for it too. Mine will last longer. I don't care. I don't have to deal with that plastic crap. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I don't care. I'm the one selling things. Yeah. All I know is that there's a second seat there that's a lot less, uh, like you're right up there. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm just gonna hug you. You just like kind of, you know what I mean? Like I have like, there's more than space, but it's still, yeah. Like there's that one, and then there's this. It's just like, oh, I got a leg room. I'm fat motherfucker. I got a saddle and everything. I'm just gonna fucking away. Like, all right, so we get it. You don't want to have to do any driving. You're gonna sleep back there or something. No, they actually do have that. Like, because the saddlebags get in the way. So saddlebags are like the new doors. They have to like open up on one side or another. Yeah, whole thing. And then you can kick down like a little footrest, so that way you can get down nicer. It's fun stuff. Yeah, no, big massive tires. Yeah, you chongos, big wide 7, big fat 5-inch side, built for chongos. Good old chungs. Yeah. Oh no, but they don't have the checkerboard kind of like thing. So this one's a different one where it's really just kind of a straight line with some lines carved into the sides to pump it out. It's kind of lame actually. It is a little. I don't like it as much, but like for what it's worth, people liked it more. Like in terms of like wanting to buy it, except for real bikers is what I would call that, if I'm being honest. That like the checkerboard more than everything else with the little overhang. It's like, no, it's smoother. I'm like, bullshit, it is. There's no difference. At least you can go off road, and you definitely have all the pumping necessary with that one. Why would you use this one? Meanwhile, they wanted that one. It didn't sell more, but like that's what the whole fucking marketing thing was for a while. I was like, this one's the standard. You can have this option. It's gonna be free, but whatever. They got the free option change. The standard is what everybody went with. Yeah. Like, yeah. I can go off roading in this thing. Yeah, it has a 7-inch uh, to its top, right? Like a lift or whatever it is. And it's got 7 inches. So it's like you could still go off roading on that. Yeah. Like, but yeah, it really not many people do. Although it comes with a trailer. There's a fucking wide boy trailer. There's a teardrop. Yeah, I basically used the miniature version of the subcompact. Like I'm not even joking. It's like it's literally a miniature version of that. It's slightly longer, and then it has like little tail waveguide fins, so that way it can collapse a little better for that aerodynamic. Yeah, efficiency! Woohoo! Yeah, it's got shocks and springs, an independent, uh, movement, and it can even help you steer if you want to set it up that way. But like most of the time, it's like independent wheel, right? And very smooth. like ridiculously smooth bearings and axles. Yeah, I know they're vacuum axle bearings. So there's that. Fun stuff though. It that's the 35K. The 18K does not get that. What is that? It's a $7,000 option. Yeah. Ow. That's the end point. Yeah, it's 2K if you want like just the like trailer and stuff. Like you want a camper that'll fold out and make an actual thing, which most people tend to do it for that. So it's $7,000 for that one. Yeah, that's actually what I was looking for. So $7,000. Whee! I can go out to my RV area and camp there. Hell yeah. God damn it, motherfuckers. Why are we only ever. Meanwhile, me, my weird recumbent cruiser thing. I got the extra, I went with a full foot. I got rid of the diffusers. I was like, man, we're up there in the middle of nowhere. Fuck trailers. Actually, trailers are nice. Yeah. Yeah. For what it's worth. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, hey, look at you with your locking differential Toyota Tacoma or something. Meanwhile, me. It's just mountain goating of it like it's nothing. Just looking at you. Just like imagine like a super like the super like Super Mario Kart or whatever Mario Kart, right? And it's like he's just looking at like the shell hit. I think it was Princess Peach or something. And he's just like, you know me. I'm just smiling, but like that. Yeah. Meanwhile, they're like stuck trying to get up with their fucking lock differential. With their camping tent and all that. Yeah, the little top tent. Yeah. Camper shell, right? Camper shell, yeah. I'm just like mountain goats, mountain goats. Like imagine that it's just like I'm leaning backward and forward. I'm just doing that. Yeah, the face is just like perfectly center. Like all of it moves around, but it's like the face is just like smile, fuck you, I got it. I don't even have to look. Same thing with the wife or whoever I brought with. It's like that because that would be what it is. Like both making faces over there. I might get there, okay? Yeah, I'm sure you will. Honestly, you can do it. All that's going to be able to do it. I'm just going to be able to get there a little first, a little sooner. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm gonna set up the tent. I'll have a fire for us. Okay, when you get here, we'll do that. Dunk, dunk. You dumb motherfucker. What did you do? Are you? Did you just like tilt back and then land back down? Oh, broke his shoulder. I don't think so. No. I'm hearing nothing clunk around. You've got this. Let's maybe not race. There you go, bitch. You know what you did. They said first, for what it's worth. I was going to go with, yeah, I'm just going to get there a little earlier than you. Yeah. Yeah, we got camping. Fire! Look at me in my fucking big old tent. Yeah, it's a camper shell thing. Yeah. Time to make the rocket stove out of tubes in the ground, actually, for what it's worth. So, like, the tent is like a suspension tent, but it like has like a little pole, and then I build out of the ground. I have to dig, and I put these little tubes that go in there, so it'll suck in air underneath, and it's like got a little vacuum insulation. So it's like as it spreads, it produce it. There's already a vacuum there, but it'll spread out, right? And I have 3 of those layers, 2 total vacuum things, right? But then it's like there's a central little stove thing that can place in sticks and logs. And they're able to be stored on the sides, like little shelves, but they're really kind of like a sack or whatever, and like a little suspension thing, you know. But it's like then I have like this little corrugated steel that's been treated with ceramic, high temperature ceramic, right? And then like that's 3, and then 2 in the center. So like 3 make a little like circle, and then 2 in the center go towards the center, and then I have like I think another 3 at the top that then create from the 2 in the center and then the 2 at the bottom like a little like extra suctiony, and it boils water and then it goes off and it has like a little heating thing. So you can either heat up us or it condenses off and it goes off into a bag that's thermal. Okay, so like thermochromatic. So like it'll tell you what the temperature is, and it'll fill up to this big old like bag that sits on the top of a tree or around the tree. It was mostly around the tree. So, but it's like then I have a big old like shower thing, and it's like yeah, shower. I got this base. It's like a supported base, and then with the shower curtains, I have 2 of them. Well, 1 really, but anyways, it's really 1, but it's technically it's going to separate into 2. As air coming in from the bottom, it goes up, and then it has air suck in, but then that the steam that comes up goes back towards the bottom to then like help with steam. It still gets vented out. It's just a little bit of that gets captured, right? So that way it's a little hotter, but also you don't really have quite as much of that suctiony effect. But the water goes down, drips off into the basin underneath below, and then it has like a little filter because I don't want you to have like all that soap and whatnot get into the ground. But like you eventually be able to, because it's gray water now basically, you can eventually filter that completely and get it back. Because it's coming out as distilled water. It's like this is steam, and then it's condensing back down, which is usually pretty good for what it's worth. There's some stones in there. We usually recommend just putting some stones from inside the boiling water thing into the bag, but you know, whatever. But it's like, right, now I have a little heater, and then I have like, also I have the ability to shroud it so that way it doesn't get too hot. And I have air coming in from the sides and from the top, and it goes whoosh. So it doesn't actually turn into anything other than a heat pump, which now turns into, with the way I push or have the air suck in, create a denser, so it's traveling pretty fast, but then it like has to go into a pressurized vessel, and then it goes into a lower pressure state to try and hopefully get a little bit of cooling from the fire. Right, if you want that. Most of the time it's not necessary. You just suck in air and then blow it out the top. It's like I've got pans, and it's got a nice little resting spot for pans and pots. Obviously I got the pot. You know what I mean? Yeah. I've got like a little steam driven like pressure like water thing for espresso. I'm not kidding. It's you know like was it the one that I had? The flare espresso. Okay. Like that's a little lever, but you have to really crank it down. Well, I found out if you do a certain amount of distance, you can do this amount of distance, and you have a lot more leverage now for mechanical engineering stuff. But if you have pressure already, and then you're condensing it out at a particular temperature, which is like a heat exchange to a given water temperature to a given steam temperature, then you get like it exactingly in the little, reservoir at that temperature. And then it's like, just yank it down. Here's espresso. No, I can literally just get it with like the right size rock or weight, and it'll do it exactly perfect every time for its given amount of weight. So long as, because it's in a stored vessel, okay, so it's like at different altitudes, it'll change its boiling temperature. So now it's like at a different stored, sealed vessel that allows for me to heat it up more and ultimately act like I have a higher atmospheric pressure that allows for a more consistent water temperature, which is insanely important, actually, turns out, for getting good results from coffee. You know, and then we still have like the little. This is basically we have a cooler from the saddlebag thing. It's not really. It's yeah. Like first it's mostly not that. Yeah, it's mostly not this. It's not that. You know, it mostly comes with the cooler inside of the trailer, and then everything kind of it's a you know, and then it's like well, it's a battery from the thing, or maybe I can get some sort of. And I usually just get like this fold out double with a shroud, like counter rotating windmill. It starts off large and then gets to a smaller, like a turbine, like an hourglass turbine. But it's like intake here, and then it goes and gets faster, and then it goes and gets wider, kind of thing. And then it's like that gets me this generator and its conversion for this capacitor, battery, bank, and then transformer and all that. So I have the right voltage and amperage and current kind of stuff. But like that's the reason why the saddlebags are actually flat pack covered batteries. Yeah. Same thing with the camber shell. The camber shell is like basically a bunch of curved flat pack batteries and some round ones to help it out. Which is a good thing because then it's like, guess what? I can just stay here for a while. I don't have to do nothing. I have so much food. I have like a bigger mini fridge worth of food. I have like so much food. Look at me. I have literally what is the equivalent of just a small fridge. That's a small fridge worth of food. No, no, I don't know what you're saying. No. It's a small fridge worth of food. Yes, yes, yes. I love it. Why though? I take people with me out to the middle of nowhere and we look up at stars and talk about bullshit, and other people tag along. And they're usually very much more lifted, more capable, more totally lots more stuff, vehicles that I need because like, well, yeah, no, I could stay here for maybe like a week or two. I can stay here for a lot longer with them. I can bring the batteries and like a lot of the rest of it, and they bring a lot of even more of it. And then it's like, yeah, we're out here for a while. It's fun. Anyways, I think that's going to be the end of it because I'm done stimulating myself at this damn fucking point, is what they call it for ADHD. It's ADHD stimming. So I'm kind of tired too, and I haven't actually eaten. So I'm going to go eat.